Wanna,
We got you going.
sounds good. Uh, This is the Lancaster County Board of Commissioners Zoom staff meeting uh, for Thursday, May 7th, 2020. Uh, This meeting is subject to the Open Meetings Act, and a copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the wall at the back of the room of 112 and 113. Additionally, if you want to reference the Open Meetings Act, you can find it online at aog.nebraska.gov/open-meetings. That's aog.nebraska.gov/open-meetings, or you can reference it in state statute at state statute 84-1401 through 84-1414. Excuse me. So, first item up on the agenda is approval of the staff meeting minutes for April 30th, 2020.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Deb,
Yes.
Roma,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes,
5-0 motion carries.
very good. Next item is legislative update with Joe and Brennan. Thanks for being here with us.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your time this morning, commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you virtually again. No real, nothing new on the potential return date. Again, there's plenty of speculation out there that we could be back I'm hearing some rumblings potentially mid-June, but that's going to all depend on the safety and the ability to appropriately socially distance, but also noting that there's a lot of the members of the legislature in that at-risk category from an age perspective, as well as potential hospitalizations and diabetes and other complicating factors. So I think we need to stay on that. I will tell you, I think there's a sense of we shouldn't come back until we know more. I think there's two camps. Certainly, I think there's the camp that say come back, get it done, and adjourn. I think there's the other camp is saying hold on, let's wait until we have more information so that we can make the right decisions on finances, and then we don't have to come back in the fall if things really get bad. So I think there's certainly two camps that are sort of forming to some extent, but again, this is all based on ability to get on the phone and talk and that sort of thing. So it's all kind of speculation at this point.
It just seems like they're asking for heartbreak if they come back before July 15th. That's just, yes.
And I think if you probably talk to some of the members, this is pure speculation on my part, but I think if you talk to members of the forecasting board, they would tell you the same thing. Like, don't come back until we're able to look at numbers and make a decision and make a recommendation on what the forecast should be and adopt the forecast. So I think that there's certainly some folks who and I can understand it, right? There are some people who just say, let's get it over with. I'm running for re-election. I've got other things that I'm working on. I'd anticipated being done by now. Let's just come back, do it. And if we have to come back, we have to come back. My only concern is a lot of those folks haven't been through special sessions where they can be pretty brutal if they come down to it. But again, we're kind of in this state of flux in that decision making. So I think you'll see some more in the next month and a half or so on those decisions to potentially come back. One thing that I would just say is, and I'm going to jump just one step ahead in the agenda, and that is that I think in the next week we'll begin the process of drafting some of those interim study resolutions, and for those get those as part of next week's report as a draft. We'll obviously work with Carrie, but we'll probably start drafting those early part of next week. So just from a timing perspective, let you know that we should have drafts of those to you next week at this meeting. So just so that we can start the process. We have about 4 days where those have to be introduced once they get back. So I would prefer to have them in the drafting process and officially up in the drafting process rather than to wait until they come back. So just from a ministerial or procedural standpoint, we'll start doing that. The other issue and that we've been working on the last week is obviously the question of the in-person meetings for the BOE process or protests. Last week, you should have received an email from me, and the draft guidelines are attached to today's report in case you all want to look at them again. But essentially, we got a response from the governor's office last Friday. The email was copied to myself, Sean Kelly for Douglas County, and then Tim Gay, who represents Sarpy County, indicating that the guidelines were being worked on with the property tax administrator, and that it was not the governor's intention to issue an executive order waiving the in-person requirement, but rather to diversify the in-person, what is considered an in-person meeting. And so creating it in such a way that telephonic or Zoom meetings,
Oh, I tried rejoining.
those sorts of things are in fact eligible.
This is what I have here.
Okay, and it looks
Eligible for that. So I think that's a positive development. Corey and I were just talking a little bit before the meeting started, and we have not heard anything more. She has, I believe, I've let her speak if she wanted to, but what she had indicated is they had heard that some folks are meeting with the property tax administrator here in today potentially to talk through some stuff. So Corey, I don't know if you had anything more on that than that. I hate to call on you, but
Okay. And not really. I just heard from our counterparts in a couple other counties that there supposedly was a meeting maybe being held later today with the property tax administrator, I think, to finalize that draft document and release it to the counties so we have some direction on what the expectation is. And we'll talk more about that here in a little bit during our agenda item.
So with that, that's what we have at this point. Happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
And thank you, Joe, for your help on all the BOE stuff. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your input and your conversations.
Sure.
I really don't have anything at this moment. I don't know. Feel free to pass on my thoughts that I think it's foolish to come back before July 15th. I don't think they care what I think, but
Well, I think the complicating,
I don't want to interrupt.
Brennan and I were in a conversation with the speaker yesterday on another issue. And, I definitely got the sense that
I'll
he's,
see if they hear me. Okay.
All
right.
holler at me
he's
if I need to buzz down.
in dialogue, but it's kind of his call. And I think he's taken that responsibility pretty darn seriously. But trying to balance those interests of, do we get back? Do we let people go on, finish up and then move on with their year and let them focus on being, at home and that sort of thing. But I also think the social distancing requirements is a real, that's a real challenge. I mean, those of you who are familiar with that body, it would be hard to have a 6-foot rule in effect and not dramatically change kind of their internal procedures of the seating and that sort of thing. So I it'll be very difficult.
I can't believe they would want to do a budget without. I mean, and we already have a budget, right? The budget exists. It's from last year. Right. The budget's done. These are just the tweaks to the budget.
Right. I equivocate it to a family's budget 6 months into the year.
Yeah.
And, do we have more resources than we thought we were going to have? Okay, well, let's commit them to this. Do we have less? Then let's adjust here. It's really, that's the process. And so what they have to do is come back and finalize that, what I would call the family budget tweaking. at this point, which obviously there are parts of it that we really like from a county perspective and that sort of thing. But, you know, it's those adjustments can be made. Heck, they could make those adjustments as late as next session and still go back and just retroactively send that money out, right? So I wouldn't, you know, it's a very flexible process from that perspective.
Just don't know why they wouldn't want more information. But anyways, that's not our call.
Mm-mm.
So, well, thanks for being here.
Thanks,
for-
guys. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thanks,
you.
Joe. Thanks, Brennan.
Next up is contract extension with Jones Automotive for installation of sheriff cruiser equipment with Bob Walla and Chief Deputy Todd Duncan and the Deputy County Attorney Jen Holloway and Lori Irons from the purchasing department. Do we have everybody?
Mhm.
We've got Jen. That's one. John Vic. Captain Vic here is going to represent the sheriff's department, so we've got him. He,
Sean, do I need to reach out to Bob and make sure he got the invite?
yeah, why don't you, real quick? And do we need to? Okay, there's Captain Vic. Right, we're good. I was gonna say, do we need to promote him? But
Here to help.
do we feel like we can begin with Jen and Captain Vic? I don't know whose baby this is. Jen, you're on mute. Sorry. No, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
John, we can hear you fine. We can't hear Jen Holloway.
Okay.
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear.
Hey, Sean, it's Jamie. Hey, I just got a note that from Monet that Bob didn't get the Zoom invite. It must have got stuck in his quarantine. I'm resending it to him now, so he should be joining shortly.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and let's give it a 5-minute break, and at 8:50 we'll try to come back and do that. So if anyone needs to do a coffee reload, this is a good time.
Okay, guys, it looks like Bob did get the invite now. It must have got stuck in his quarantine folder. Carrie, is this executive session that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. We will pause it and just give me a holler on my cell when you guys are done. You guys are back. Sorry, I misunderstood.
All good, Jamie.
And Jamie, did you see the note from Jen
No, I'm looking right now.
in the chat column?
See, and I see it, and she looks, when she was in earlier, she looked to me as a panelist, not an attendee.
Yeah, and if they get in as an attendee, we can promote them to panelists.
Right.
So Jen, you should be. We're not hearing you, however. Check your mic settings, Jen.
Okay.
And I'm seeing Bob is here, but I'm not seeing that he has microphone capabilities. Bob, if you can hear, give me a call on my cell, 402-326-7847, and we can work on getting you.
Jamie,
Yes.
Bob just texted me that he can't get the Zoom to work and he's going to join by phone.
Okay, he's got the dial-in number.
I think so.
Okay, that'll work.
Captain Vic, do you think you can begin by and start in on this item? And then Bob can join.
Yeah, you bet. We have a contract with Jones Automotive to upfit our vehicles once we get them from Ford, just to provide the emergency equipment, the light bars, sirens, things like that, and then also the labor to install those. Under normal circumstances, the plan is to just have those show up. Typically, they arrive late winter, early spring, kind of like maybe a January, February type time frame. And then we get them pretty quick. We had two issues working against us. This was already extended once. Ford was doing a design remodel for the 2020 Ford Interceptors, which caused some supply disruptions just because there was so much demand for those. They had to retool their factory. So we had to extend this once because it didn't look like they were going to arrive by February when the contract originally expired. So we had requested an extension to get the vehicles that we had originally ordered upfitted. The parts had already been ordered per the contract, and so we were hoping to get that done. Now with the COVID-19 situation, that has extended that delivery even further. Jen, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we had this contract extended through maybe the end of April or so. Now we're beyond that, and we're requesting an extension. I believe it's similar to what the city of Lincoln with the police department requested through the end of October, if I have that correct. And I just talked with Bobby Colclaser this morning. He's the sales rep at Anderson Ford, where we purchased the vehicles from. He thought under normal circumstances we should have certainly had them by now, but not for COVID-19. Apparently the plant is shut down, and like all of us, we don't have a lot of visibility on when this is going to fix itself. But he's hopeful that if things go well, that we could have them by June or July. That was just as of about 8:30 this morning that I'd spoken with him via email. So this request for an extension would just be to extend the contract that we already had in place to outfit the 6 remaining vehicles that were ordered. There's a purchase order that's out on those with Anderson Ford, so that we can equip those vehicles with the same contract prices that we had in place. This is the end of a contract. I think it's the 4th year of the contract with Jones Automotive. So the plan would be then to rebid this contract moving forward. This is just extending so that we can get what we've got coming equipped.
Is there any reason not to? I mean, it seems like it's just a situation of it is what it is. I'm not hearing anybody.
I think you asked the right question, but
I think we just need to go forward with the extension. I mean, this is really beyond anyone's control.
I would entertain the motion then.
I would move that we move forward with the extension contract with
Second.
Jones.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Rick,
yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Roma,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Sean.
Yes,
5-0 motion carries.
very good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're close enough. We can move down to the Board of Equalization item. County Clerk staff, take it away. I guess we also have Jason Pickerel and Dan Ziegler. That's on this one. Oh, and Cody Gertis.
Right. Good morning, everybody. So the time has come where we need to be making some decisions on how we're going to proceed with this year's BOE process. I have a number of items kind of bulleted on the agenda. We'll kind of go through them, hopefully as quick as possible to keep you on track, but there's a lot of things to talk over. So with regard to the actual policies and procedures document, right now that's a work in progress. It's going to change likely based on some of the decisions that we make today. So the attorney's office and the referee coordinators will be finalizing that, and we hope to bring you back a package of documents for action the last Tuesday in May. So part of the policies and procedures, and this is kind of probably our biggest discussion item today, are referee hearings. And I believe that you all maybe saw the draft document that the state put out late last week that Joe Cohout referenced earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. With regard to kind of how they're envisioning things are going to play out. As I mentioned, I had heard from my counterparts in Douglas and or Sarpy County, I don't remember which one now, maybe both, that they thought that there was a meeting today with the property tax administrator, maybe to be finalizing that document and getting it out to the counties soon, within the next day or two, hopefully. That being said, we need to move on. It's time that we start making some decisions. So in that document, obviously, it's been the position of the state that in-person hearings cannot be suspended. So that will have to remain an option for referee hearings this year. But we can also consider offering video or telephonic hearings. In many discussions between Dan and I and Leslie and Cody and Jason and Dan Zig, our recommendation, I believe, and they can chime in if I'm misunderstanding, is that we would offer phone hearings because they would be much easier to coordinate on our end versus having a video option. So in addition, be a three-pronged process. You'd have the in-person hearing option, you'd have the telephonic hearing option, and of course, as usual, people can choose to waive their hearing. Any feedback with regard to that?
I think we just push the telephonic option as much as possible, right? I think we just promote that to the end of the earth and maybe don't talk about the other two as much, you know, and I mean, it's still there if people want it, but.
Would they be able to do Skype or FaceTime or Zoom?
Well, that, again, that turns our three-prong into a four-prong process, and that gets to be very complicated to coordinate, Roma. As trendy as that is right now, and I understand people are getting more and more comfortable with that technology, but it is still technology that can have problems. And when we have hearings lined up we only have a certain amount of time to get through these hearings. So say Zoom goes down, and we just had an experience with Bob and Carrie today. If there's technological glitches with that, time is of the essence, and we're on a pretty tight schedule.
Okay, so Corey, what you're saying is in person, by telephone, or waive it.
That's exactly what I was, recommending.
Yeah. And
okay.
I've heard Corey bring up some good concerns too about we don't want to get in a situation where someone is claiming that they showed a document to one of the staff because they held it up to a Zoom exactly like that. That's what we don't want. We want there to be a paper trail. So if there's any documents they have to show it, they have to scan it and then send it in. And so there's an email and a record created out of that. So
That sounds fine.
I think we move forward with this three-prong approach, and we just really push that one prong.
And I mean, we might be surprised that a lot of the people will take advantage of that more so than, wanting to have an in-person hearing. It's just up in the air. I wish I could foresee the future, but I can't. And so it's hard to know, but this is a good option for those people who still want to have that time to speak with the referee, but obviously have concerns about doing that face-to-face in person. So
I think it's the best we're going to get.
Okay, so the general consensus is we can start along the path of offering those three. Okay.
Yep, I'm seeing thumbs.
Okay, any comments? Cody, do you have anything to offer with regard to that?
No, we got the answer we wanted, so I'm not going to say anything.
Okay.
Always the right policy.
I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention that we've already been having, putting some feelers out and doing some legwork, and I appreciate the purchasing department's assistance. I believe we have a lead on getting county mobile phones for the referees to use at a very reasonable rate, because obviously they don't want to be using their personal phones for this process. So we can get free phones, certain models of phones at no cost. We will activate them, and we will have them activated simply for phone calls, no data packages or anything like that for a couple of months while we work through this process. Verizon will not charge us a deactivation fee, which is great. We will be in possession of the phones, and then we can turn them over if I don't know what next year is going to bring, but it seems logical to me that we would turn those over to purchasing surplus property, and they could reassign them to other county agencies who may need to upgrade their their mobile devices. So yes, we might have to, spend some money up front to do this, but I think it seems like a very viable option in my opinion. So that's kind of what we're pursuing with regard to that. Okay. That's how the phone hearings would work. And the referees would be responsible then for calling the people at the designated time, and people will still get to choose their date and time for their phone hearing. I think it'll work hopefully relatively smooth. So,
So Corey,
Yeah.
would those referees then be having the hearings from their home or office? They would not be on site, correct?
no.
Okay.
That's the way I envision it, Cody. Isn't that correct? All your referees would be at their own venue. They would not be coming to a joint venue for the phone hearings. They would be doing that from their own locations, offsite.
Correct, and Jason can jump in too. But commissioners, we've had 3 discussions with Dan Zig and Dan Nolte and Corey and Leslie, and we've discussed a bunch of the logistics of this. And so a lot of it is we'll get it figured out. We just want that initial guidance. But we're talking about having telephonic hearings on certain days and in-person hearings on certain days, so there isn't an overlap. We have only a certain amount of referees that will do the process. And so we've been in contact with all of our referees from last year about who would want to do them in person, who would feel comfortable, who would not. So we're working through all those logistics. We don't need to go into all of it today. I just will tell you that we've worked extensively already with county attorney and clerk to get that done. But yes, they would be off-site in that instance. And then we have different logistical issues that we're working through on the on-site hearings, but we're working through those and we'll work through them. And, the clerk's office has already been actively helping us get ahead of this.
Yeah. So, with regard to COVID-19, we're going to take all the recommendations from the state with regard to social distancing. I've already contacted purchasing about PPE. Dan's working on locking down some plexiglass dividers. We'll have all the disinfecting supplies available, et cetera, et cetera. So that should be okay. And then
Corey, is this where we would want to chat about the information or when they can bring that in, or did you have that on a different?
I have that on my list. Yeah.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah. It's coming up here shortly. I also wanted to point out too to the board, just in case you get any feedback or anything like that, the state is also recommending that we limit the number of attendees per hearing. So that's something different. That's never been enforced in the past. And while it's probably not the majority of the hearings that have 2 or more attendees, it does happen. Someone even mentioned, I heard the word kids sometimes come. We can't be having that this year, obviously. So in our documentation, our literature, our website information, we're going to stress to folks that they need to, keep it to the bare minimum with regard to attendees. Okay. I think the recommendation was no more than 2 people other than the referee, no more than 2 people. So that will be a little bit of a change.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Supporting documentation that Cody brought up, that was something we had mentioned to you last fall, and there's some difficulty in coordinating things that are coming to us after a protest has been filed. So our recommendation, and I believe you guys were supportive of this, is that anything that you want to submit with your protest needs to be submitted at the time that you file, whether that's through the mail or whether that's electronically, because people can upload anything they need to, and there's really no limitations on that. So they just need to be prepared and file and include all that stuff at the time that they file. This will be a little bit of a change too, because we're going to have this united front and have draw a firm line that nothing else is going to be accepted. Is that still agreeable to the board? So we're going to get tested on this, I'm sure. There will be people who send us a protest file through the mail. Oops, I forgot to include my documentation. And a few days later, here comes more documentation. There will be people who maybe have an in-person hearing. Maybe they've had one before and they're used to bringing stuff to the hearing. Part of the reason we don't want to be, transferring documents and stuff back and forth is safety. referees, trying to minimize exposure. And so that was the thought too. Now, in addition to the coordination of all this information coming in at various times throughout the process, is just try and keep everything safe and there aren't documents or phones or tablets being passed back and forth at the referee hearing. Is that something you guys are comfortable with?
I think I am. I mean, I think it just makes sense at a certain point. Yeah.
It's fine with me.
I would say that I'm comfortable with it, Corey, but obviously then we have to be really diligent about letting folks know. And we're going to, you know what that means. Big, bold letters underlined with red stars on each side saying, this is when we will accept documents. Don't bring them later.
It also means, Rick, when you get the call from a disgruntled citizen that you back us up on this.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Well, I mean,
It's acceptable to me as long as we take the appropriate measures to inform everybody.
Yeah.
That's
but the board's gonna have to back us up on that, because if one person slips through, then we've treated somebody differently than the rest.
So Cody, are you comfortable too with helping us in that regard and making sure the refs are very clear that at the referee site, they will not be able to accept any additional information?
Yes, absolutely. If this, if it starts at the top, like Dan said, and if the board is in agreement that we only accept data when you protest or up to June 30th, we're going to run it all the way to the bottom to everyone, and we're not going to allow them to pass a single document to us. It has to be this way. And really, this is out of an abundance of caution for all of our referees and for the property owners themselves. I mean, one of the things that we've talked about at length in the meetings that we've had up to this point is that, yes, you're going to only be 6 feet away from some person and there's going to be limited people, but 4 to 6 people an hour, our referees are going to be exposed to 50, 60 people a day. And with 4 or 5 stations, we're going to have 250 to 350 people through there all day long. So our 8 people that are there for 8 or 9 hours a day are going to be exposed to these people all day. And if we get documents passed back and forth, we're going to be exposed to everyone that they were exposed to. We're not in the position to understand how this is contracted or passed between people, and nor do we want to be involved with that. So absolutely, this is from us really to say we need a hard line, but we will be diligent on our end with our referees if it's the directive of the board. And like Dan said, that every step along the way, it's the same answer. Sorry.
So you're kind of segueing into our next topic that I have on my list, which is staffing the referee site. And I'm going to let Dan and Cody kind of talk about their concerns because they each have concerns with that.
Well, I'll start. Normally, the clerk's office has staff out there to check people in. Given the situation this year, I'm not willing to send staff out there for 2 reasons. First, I don't want to expose staff to the potential virus. Safety for my staff is foremost in my mind. Second, if staff are exposed to bring it back to the office, we're going to have a major problem. If we have an infection or somebody gets sick in our office, most likely we'll all have to self-quarantine, and that will be a major problem for the clerk's office and for the county. It will affect not only property valuation protests, it will affect agendas and minutes for the board. It potentially affects payments to vendors, payroll, and so forth. And I just think it's too great of a risk for us to have somebody out at the IBEW this year. And plus that, I don't know how the heck we hire somebody in the interview and say, are you willing to be exposed to a large number of people? I think that would be challenging in itself. So that's where I'm at on that this morning.
What's the alternative, Dan, to you providing somebody?
Well, I don't think we have an obligation to do that. This is something we've kind of evolved over the years. When I first came in the office, the clerk's office did not provide staff out there. So
will that affect you guys, Cody, if Dan doesn't have somebody from his staff there?
I don't know. It certainly is. We have the exact same
Mhm.
issues with it. It's one thing if I put myself in harm's way, but we're hiring multiple people from outside of our office, asking them to come out there, put themselves in harm's way. I'm looking at our contract right now, and we shall indemnify and hold harmless the county, its agents, employees, and representatives from all claims, and includes sickness and death. And so this becomes, we hire now people, and then I have to ask people to come out. And to Dan's exact point, and no one is in the wrong or right here, but if we hire someone and they get sick, now we are, as a company, liable to those people.
Are you hiring them, Cody, or are they contracted with the county? Don't they have separate referee contracts, the individual?
That's a good question. That's a good question, whether they are hired by the county.
But I just am throwing that out there because I remember we have all those individual referee contracts, and I was thinking that they're contracting with the county, but I could be wrong.
I believe the referees are separate contracts with the county. Our referee coordinator agreement is one part of it. And then under that, all of our referees fall under that referee coordinator agreement. That's question that we just had a meeting either yesterday or the day before, and we talked about a lot of this stuff. And so I have yet to talk to our legal counsel about it. And we'd like to talk to Dan Zig about it and some of the language in there and what it means. But we have a contract to act as referees. We are, and Jason can jump in here as well, we are going to honor that contract and subject to whatever we need to do. We have full confidence that the county clerk's office and the county will do everything in their best interest to keep not only us safe, but the taxpayers and the property owners and the public. In a time when we're asking people to not be in large groups, we are offering a large group environment. And so, to Dan's exact point, if we bring this back to our office and it passes through our small office and we can't provide appraisal work outside of this contract, we risk our entire company. And not that we are worse or better than anyone else, but if we lose our company, we're not backed by the county. We are in our own pockets. And so it's a risk. Jason and I have talked at length about that. And as a company, we will just continue to discuss it. We are willing to do it and fulfill our contract and work with the board, but it is a risk that we are not taking lightly because it not only affects our company, but the county clerk's office, the assessor's office, the county attorney's office, and the general public. And I understand that the commissioners have a heavy weight on your shoulders for this.
I mean, yeah, what if 12 or 15 of you would need to quarantine and there's 2 weeks left before final action day and you got, I mean, it could be devastating to the whole process potentially.
We have reached out to all of our all of our referees from last year. Jason reached out to each one of them. 30% of them have said that they are not willing to do in person or would not risk it. So I'm not in the position to decide who is at risk or not, but 30% of them have said that they're going to take themselves out of that. Now, if Commissioner Flowerday said, let's just push that as the only thing. Hey, if that's the main objective is to get people on the phone, we can do that and we will do that. But we're losing some of our biggest referees in terms of production for the on-site already.
Well, what would happen if in the letter we just said this year we are only doing telephonic? I mean, would we be in violation of the state statute and could we be sued by someone? I guess that.
Or what if it said that here's your telephonic appointment, contact us if you need other arrangements, but not specify.
This problem originates in the fact that, I'm sorry, but the governor isn't taking this seriously. It was the governor who needed to make the call to move these things telephonically, and that of course is not the support we're getting. So I mean that's where this issue comes from, and I don't think we should push any harder because frankly I think the best deal we're going to get is this telephonic option, but that's where this comes from.
Dan?
Oh, Corey, go.
I find it interesting that Lancaster and Douglas County are the only ones that are required to have in-person hearings. The rest of the state doesn't have to abide by that. And I find that really, given the situation, rather unfortunate.
Going back to Deb's comment, I don't want to speak for the attorneys because I'm not an attorney, but I would think that when the governor doesn't suspend entirely the in-person hearings, I think it's statutorily required. I would think we can't not have that as an option. But I'm hopeful that people will make good decisions and realize they'll still get great customer service. They're going to still get a thorough review by choosing the telephonic option and keeping everybody safe at the same time. So, but I don't know.
And I'm not being difficult. I'm just asking. I mean, isn't coordinating, the BOE hearings one of the statutory obligations of the county clerk? I mean, can you just say we're not going to be there? We're not going to do it? I mean,
I think on our part, Deb, I think as long as we're setting up the hearings, taking care of the paperwork and so forth, I think that's all of our obligation. I don't think we have any requirement statutory to be out at the hearings.
I'm not aware of anything. And I know prior to 2009, and Cody, you were involved in the process, I think way back then, we didn't. The county did not have a presence at the hearings. And we thought when Dan started and I started that it would be a good thing for the county to have a presence at the hearings. And really all we do out there is check people in, pull packets, copy the occasional document that someone has, possibly pull something off the internet and print it, or email and print it. I mean, we're just there kind of as to meet and greet and help with any kind of clerical functions that the referee coordinator deemed necessary. So, but I do not believe prior to 2009, the county had any kind of presence out there on a clerical aspect. I could be wrong.
That's my recollection of the past, and we are not here to say who needs to do what. We'll do it. We will understand. I completely understand the county clerk's position on this and respect it, and that is a bigger cog in the county wheel than we are by any stretch. So we will do what we need to do.
I'm not trying to be difficult, but we're just.
Well, somebody's got to do this work. And I guess if we're saying that in recent history, we've done it, now the county is not going to, that means we're putting more responsibility on Cody. And I think some consideration may need to be given here if we're asking them to do something that they originally didn't think was going to be their responsibility. I'm understanding we're talking about one position and one role in the process, but given that the dynamics of all this have changed, we want their people to be as safe as we want our people to be. And so some consideration may need to be, how do we support their efforts to keep their people safe and healthy as well?
So in the essence of time, can we have Cody and the attorneys work on any kind of amendments to their contract that might specifically address the 2020 protest season and the COVID pandemic, and bring that back to you later in May?
That sounds good.
Is that okay?
And also, I like Krista's suggestion about, rewording the letter that we're doing all telephonic, just put that out there. And should additional, explain, obviously, if people haven't been paying attention, the whole COVID concern, we're only doing telephonic, and then very small font at the bottom, should you need other arrangements, then contact the office or Cody's office.
Jen or Danzig, do you have any concerns with that approach?
Well, I was thinking, what if you just set them automatically for a telephonic hearing and then require them to contact you? I mean, say if you want an in-person hearing, please contact our office and arrangements will be made. But just set them initially all for a telephonic hearing. Don't give them the option to pick the in-person hearing, either wave or telephonic, and then put it on them to contact the clerk's office or Cody's office or whoever, and then they can see how many they actually get and maybe go from there. I don't know.
That's why we pay you the medium bucks, Dan.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the medium bucks.
If that's
middle dollars.
I like how you think. If that's doable.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay.
Well, I would add that no one needs to contact our office directly. Everything should go through the clerk's office.
Okay.
One of the directives that I think Jason and I in Great Plains would like to see. If we do have, like Corey said, we need to move on, but if there are some certain directives, the date of June 30th and or the date in which you protest, as long as your information needs to be there, we need that directive from you to say that is the cutoff date. We need that to come from upon high, and then we will make sure that it's done. The other side too, and this might be a question for Dan Zig, is if we have in-person hearings and we have certain requirements that say, whatever they may be, that you can only have 2 people, you must wear your own PPE and bring it with you and have it there. We do not have that. And we have the authority to, whether we have the deputy sheriff there like usual, to withhold that hearing or reschedule unless you meet these requirements to protect the safety of the least of which us, but the general public, that we have your approval to say we can't have this hearing at this time. And we would just to protect the public as a whole, as long as we could get those 2 directives from you, the rest of the logistics, I think we can work out.
Kind of from the hip, I'd be okay with that, but I want a chance to look into it, and maybe we can talk later, maybe either tomorrow or next week or something like that, and kind of figure out how that might look. But I mean, I think that you could set requirements on there about what people are required to have and how many people can be there and things like that. If they are in violation of that, then just say you need to reschedule or it's deemed waived.
Yeah, and we have a couple legal questions. I'll have to, it's great when quarantining with your legal counsel. She's in the other room, so I'll chat with her about that.
But what I heard with regard to the additional information is it's at the time of submittal, right? And nothing else trickling in throughout the process. Okay, Cody?
Unless you want to keep it open through June 30th. If they could protest on June 1st and they could still submit data through the end of the month, I think that gives them a little bit of a reprieve. But if it's easier on your end, I'll defer to you guys, but I think June 30th would be the hardest last date.
And then Corey, what about people who don't have internet access that aren't able to upload their documents?
They can mail them to us.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
paper filing is still and probably always will be on the table.
Okay.
We'll be encouraging that people send that stuff to us through the mail versus dropping it off in person.
Okay.
Cody, the only thing about the deadline is if people have hearings before then and then they're like, oh, I didn't get this in the mail, I'm bringing it to my hearing, it's before June 30th, then we're having stuff passed around at the hearings. But
well, I've been the hard line in this the whole time. So I think for to get the stuff with the packet efficiently as possible so that they can have the best hearing possible at the time of submittal is fine on our end, but we will take the board's directive on that.
Yeah, I think I have thumbs up if that's the understanding, just so we're all on the same page. Submit all your protest form and your documents all at the same time. Okay. Okay, moving on quickly. Just to let you know, the IBEW Hall is the venue this year. They've been great to work with. We have to jiggle around some stuff because as they've had events planned, of course, those are getting canceled and rescheduled. So we're working with them and we'll have a contract before you as part of the package deal later in the month. Cody and the attorneys will be working on any amendments to the referee coordinator and or any of the individual coordinator contracts. Hopefully, again, we'll bring that to you at the end of the month. Did you all have a chance to look at our proposed first attempt at a true Lancaster County protest form? This is the first time Lancaster County is kind of deviating from what the state's form looked like. Douglas and Sarpy has had their own forms for years and years and years. We felt like because we didn't utilize a lot of the space on the old form and we wanted to incorporate some new features that the referee coordinator and the county attorney were giving us feedback on, we came up with what you should have had as a link on your agenda. Did you guys like that?
I thought it looked good.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think Cody and everybody were on the same page that will be our final form then, document. And of course, it's not a statutorily required document, so people can still send us a letter. People, we see all sorts of things. So as long as they have the required information on there, we pretty much accept anything. But this is the document that will be on the website. This is the document that will be mailed to people who request forms through the mail. So.
And Commissioner Vest, this is one of the things when we met with you late last fall or earlier this year, where we discussed as we change the form and we try to draw harder lines so that it's a better, more efficient system. we're trying to give the property owners kind of a roadmap to say, where are we headed with this? And they say, well, I don't know what I needed to do to protest to get something. We're putting them right on there for them to give them the roadmap. And then one of the things that Leslie's done here when she's opened up this form on the bottom is given them the more room. I don't remember how many characters it used to be. It was a very small amount. It gives them a lot more room. And so it also helps for us to get the properties in the right referee's hands. And so we worked with the clerk's office to make this. I hope it's better and more clear for the property owners.
Yep, appreciate that.
Good job.
Yeah, that was good collaboration. Letters, did you have a chance to look at our proposed changes to your BOE, Board of Equalization letters? Most of it is just date changes. Obviously, we're going to have, if they're scheduling a telephonic hearing versus in-person hearing, we'll have a little change there. And just to remind you all, this year and last year we did not send out referee recommended value letters. We did send emails. That was confusing. So we talked to you about no sending out referee recommended value correspondence at all. It's not our statutorily required notification. People can always go online. The moment we get it, we enter it in the database. That database is live. If they have their protest number and their parcel ID, they can check and see periodically if the value has been posted. They can always call our office and we will look it up for them to see if it's been returned. There's ways to find out, but really from the time they have their hearing until they get their final value letter, they're kind of in a holding pattern. Okay.
But we need to make some changes to these letters in light of setting them all automatically for a telephonic hearing and then giving them the option to then go to an in-person hearing.
Yeah, like in the document itself saying we've set you up for a telephone hearing. If you'd like to have an in-person hearing, contact our office.
Yeah.
Then yeah, definitely. We'll work on that and I'll forward something to you too, Dan, that you can look over. Okay. Commissioners, did you have any other suggestions or see anything we needed to? I know it's kind of messy with all the redaction and all the stuff, but final action day. The chambers right now is booked on Thursday. So I have tentatively scheduled final action on Friday, August 7th at 9 a.m. I do need a quorum. Don't know for sure how this will play out yet, if it'll be if we'll all be together or if we'll be virtual, but that's the date we're looking at doing final action Friday.
What was the date?
Friday.
What was the date again? Friday,
August 7th at 9 a.m.
Is there a reason we can't do it later on Thursday?
Yeah, the chambers is booked. So
by
You
who?
mean
well,
By who?
I think it's the Personnel Policy Board.
Well, they can move.
They can absolutely move.
They can absolutely move. Anne, what do you think? Can they move?
Dan?
Or Anne? I was
Ann?
asking Anne.
What is it? What are they in there for?
It's the County
A
Personnel
personnel policy board. You just need to check if there's another room available.
I mean,
Yeah.
They don't need all that space.
we
Can't
could,
they use 113? I mean, they aren't recording.
Maybe we can ask.
but I need to know. And if
Yeah,
they,
the large mayor's conference room works pretty well too.
if
Okay.
they, I need to know because we need to have all these letters and stuff updated. So they're going to have to hold firm on their decision if they say yes. So no takesies, backsies.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll see if we can do 1 o'clock on Thursday.
that would be the 6th then, right?
That would be the 6th.
Wouldn't you guys rather do it on a Thursday when we're all there?
Yes.
yes,
Absolutely.
yes.
Okay. We have reached out to the assessor's office to see if they have time to include some wording on the value notices with regard to some of the changes in the process this year, and they're agreeable to that. Dan Zig, I might forward you some proposed wording to have you look over if that's okay.
Yep.
Just to kind of try and focus people on electronic filing and telephonic hearings and such. That's okay. I'll send that over to you and the assessor's office for some feedback. So that'll be nice. I think before we just had our contact information there and the dates that they can file. So we'll vamp that up a little bit. Thank you to the assessor's office. The resolution to extend the time frame, we'll get that to you in the package later in the month. That's pretty standard. And then just, we talked about our usual timeline, the filing period. You all know that's the month of June. Deadline to submit additional information. We're going to hold firm. Everybody's going to be on the same page. It's at the time of submittal. We're going to try and run the hearings middle of June to mid-July. Referees will have recommendations back to our office by the end of July. That gives us a few days to get them entered, and we'll try to get the chambers for Thursday, August 6th for final action at 1 p.m. Okay. So I think that's everything on my list. Pretty darn close to 30 minutes.
Hey,
Anything
Dan, on
else?
some of those letters, will we need to work in some language, do you think, on what is expected of someone if they do have an in-person hearing? Should that be in these letters as well? Or can that just be on the clerk's website, or how would you
We would
put it out
put it,
there?
we'd want to put it in the letter so they know.
About like the PPE and the number of attendees and that kind of stuff.
Okay, I want to put in the letter to them when they first get their notice of the telephonic hearing, saying if you choose the in-person hearing, you're responsible for X, Y, and Z, and failure to comply with it may result in the hearing having to be rescheduled or whatever.
Well, we'll work with you guys in the clerk's office to get those all together.
And I am working to secure, masks and gloves and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully we can get what we need, and we'll have some available on site for those who may forget. But yeah, we can put that expectation in there right from the get-go so everybody knows what's going on. Anything else, Cody, Dan, commissioners?
Will we get to see the letters one more time before they're finalized? Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We can
Yeah, I don't have
definitely do
any.
that. Okay. Keep our fingers crossed that this all goes smoothly. So thank you. I appreciate everybody's comments, and I think we'll continue to move forward, and we have a plan. So now it's just getting everything behind the scenes implemented. So, okay.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. Thanks, Cody and
Thanks,
Jason,
Cody.
Dan, Zig.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Next up is the executive session.
Jamie, are you there?
Yep, I got you. Give us a couple of seconds here.
Okay, just want to make sure we got everybody invited who needs to be in the executive session.
Also, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Okay, good,
Yes.
thanks.
Hey, Bo, you want to go ahead and pause? They're going into executive session. Okay, guys, we are back up and running. I just got a note from Brent Myers. He's looking to join on also. I'm not sure if he did yet or not.
He came in for a brief moment in executive session, realized that we were in executive session and jumped back out.
Oh, okay. He was having some trouble with his front-facing camera also, so he's on a Elite book, and which I'm not real familiar with, but I'm guessing there's probably some kind of a touch screen on it where you can flip his camera around. So you may need to walk him through that.
Yeah, I'm sure that was the case because I could see his thumb.
Okay, we've got you guys rolling again, so go ahead and resume with whatever you need to.
Okay, do we have Leslie yet?
I called
Nope.
her, but she's working from home, so I sent her an email.
Okay.
Deb, did you see that there's a RTSD meeting on May 12th? Just came into our inbox, it looks like.
Guys, I apologize. There's a jackhammer going on in my house. And I don't know if you can hear it. So I'm catching maybe about a third of everything you guys are saying. So I'm unusually quiet. We are working on that. And also, Sean, we're working on the DEC board meeting.
I think we need to come out of executive session before we discuss any more county business.
My bad.
All right, I move we come out of executive session at 10:02.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to come out of executive session at 10:02. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Roma,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
5-0 motion carries.
Very good. We are out of executive session, but we will go directly into a short break. So we'll come back at 10:15 to discuss the Chief Administrative Officer job description with Chad Thies from Zell and Doug McDaniels from Human Resources. Okay, that's all 5 of us back. Let's go ahead and get started. Jamie, are we rolling still?
Yep, you're good.
Sounds good. It's 10:15. We'll come back with the Chief Administrative Officer job description with Chad Dyes, President of Zell Human Resource Solutions, and Doug McDaniels, for our Lincoln Lancaster County Human Resource Director.
Just to set the table, the board received information from Chad earlier about some proposed revisions to the Chief Administrative Officer job description. So you have that information. I also sent you the job description that was used for the first job search. That was, I think it has an August 2019 date on it. That was the most recent update to that job description.
Okay.
So I don't know who wants
Good morning,
to start
everybody.
out,
Hey,
Chad or
Sean.
Doug.
Chad, go ahead. Get started.
Well, so I did have a chance to speak with Dave this morning. You guys all see his amendments to the job description, which are in front of you. So the discussion that I had with Dave, he's looking at this job description from just his vantage point and how just identifying it with him. So the changes he made, are largely exclusive to him as it pertains to this job description. I think we need to look at this if we were to need to do a search again in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. The job description would be changed again, in my opinion, to take out what Dave did include in the job description as it pertains to requiring a full-time practice of law and a license. So I think we need to decide today if we're okay with these changes as it reflects who he is in the job description, or do you need to make it more general? So Doug, you want to help me out with that?
Thank you. Well, first off, as I try to compare the documents, they are fairly similar to the class description that we have of 7191 that was approved previously, and I'm assuming Chad probably used that as the process for creating their version of a job description for marketing purposes. I would not want to change the format of the existing class descriptions for the county at this point in time. The additions that Dave has put in, I don't have any real professional opposition to. It's just kind of after the fact, and so therefore we are writing the class description to the individual. But I certainly understand the need for the inclusion that allows Dave to, keep his law license active as it pertains to the role he's doing, if that is, indeed the function that the board wants to have. And I'm assuming it probably is. So I can certainly add those amendments to the existing class description of 7191 without any real hesitation.
Yeah, I really would like to have that in there, because I think Dave keeping his law license is an asset for us at this moment. All of that being said, I want to make it clear, and I don't want to be wishy-washy about this at all. I don't think this person absolutely has to be an attorney. I think it's great that Dave is an attorney. I think that's an asset for us. I think we can use that, but I don't think this person has to be an attorney. And moving forward, I don't want to preclude future applicants to this job down the road who might not be attorneys. I don't want to box anybody else out. And I actually had a conversation with Dave about that, and that wasn't what he was trying to do either. He doesn't think this job absolutely has to be an attorney. He thinks it's a good thing that they are. So,
just as an observation, Sean, I'll tag on to that in terms of, and again, I'll defer to Dave or the county attorney on this issue. That when you have someone who is, doing legal work for the board, what do you do when that becomes in conflict with an opinion from your county attorney? That's something that you all will have to navigate, but I wanted to at least raise that issue for your, at least knowledge at this juncture, because you have two practicing attorneys in different areas. And we get into this situation on the city side of life and probably on the county as well, where the county attorney is the elected official and appointed official to represent the county legally.
Right.
I don't expect that will necessarily happen, but it's a potential and one I would ask you to be aware of.
Sure. Oh, and I'm sure, I mean, if Dave's, you know, assuming everything goes perfectly and he's with us for a long time, I'm sure we'll run into a situation where opinions are in conflict. But I mean, we've had other situations in the past, haven't we, where we've hired separate counsel for certain things. I mean, we had Ken Seacrest working for us on certain issues before. I'm sure we've.
Well, and we, you know, not regularly, but the county attorney at times is asked that we not waive provisions or insurance requirements. And, you know, we look at the broad picture and make our best judgment. And while we, you know, greatly respect the opinion of the county attorney, we haven't always 100% agreed with them.
Yeah. So.
And I do have a question also. You know, there are many times that we have asked the county attorney to write an opinion on a particular issue. Is this something that we would continue doing, or is this something then that Dave can do?
I mean, I think that's up to us in the future. You know, generally speaking, I would be inclined to start with the county attorney for most things, but you might be able to. Change on my electrical cord here.
Well, I will, if seeking approval of the board, I will certainly add those amendments to the existing chief administrative officer class description and bring that back to you. If you know, it's an unclassified position. There's varying opinions between Carrie and the county attorney if it needs board action or not, but I certainly can bring it back for your final consensus if that's what your preference.
Yeah, we've always done final action at a Tuesday meeting. It was not done in the case of the last job description after a discussion at a Thursday meeting, but it always creates a better record when to have this officially adopted by motion by the county board at a Tuesday meeting. It just leaves no question. When we redid all the job descriptions, that was the format that we followed, and I would advise it in this case, just so there is no confusion. And I'd seg that into the next point too, is the board comfortable with the existing job description with regard to supervision of department heads? And looking at one of the attachments, I'm not sure that it's all that clear, but there was a lot of confusion during the last search about whether the directors reported directly to the chief administrative officer and not to the county board. So I think you might want to have a further discussion, look at that issue. The last discussion with the board was that you did not want that as part of the job, but I think that needs to be clarified in the job description. What exactly is the relationship between the CAO and the directors?
Yeah, I mean, my takeaway from the retreat that we did with Chad was that we sort of, you know, we convinced ourselves that this was fundamentally a liaison position. You know, we want this person to be in the room when we're dealing with department heads or elected officials and whatnot, and we want them to be part of everything, but we didn't want to shut off their access to us. And so, you know, where is the line that we're talking about right now? I mean, I'm saying things like act as principal liaison between county board and all departments, boards, commissions, agencies under the county board span of control. I'm fine with that.
Sean, there's a section where it says direct reports include. I think it's maybe towards the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, that language is consistent between both classes. You know, the marketing document that Zell used and the official class description that the county has. So if that is something that is not your intention, then, you know, I just need to be aware of that so I can make that adjustment.
Where?
Well, I
where
was
do you
just
see in
reading
that
this, the work is performed under the general policy direction of the county board, with the employees being held accountable for the results obtained. Supervision may be exercised over subordinate staff. Direct reports include county directors, the assistant chief administrative officer, and any other support staff within the county administrative services. I'm certainly thinking that, he can receive the direct reports.
Well, again, in that language, he or she, I'll say the position, the chief administrative officer is the supervisor of those directors. And that was your original position in the first search. It's contained in this document. I just, since I didn't participate in the search process, I'm not privy to what your dialogue has been.
So the question really is direct reports?
Well, yes, it is, is who are the direct reports to this position? And what was the understanding of the candidate, when they were making the application being interviewed?
I mean, we talked about this at length, and in my mind, the word we settled on was liaison, not direct report or supervisor.
I
I'm sorry.
agree. That was my understanding.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Deb, I can confirm that too, as Sean stated earlier. That was the conversation that was had, and that was what was referenced as well. So I think we're all in agreement with that.
Yeah, and I had conversations with Dave about it as well. I don't think he misunderstands that. What I cannot find the line in the document. Where are we looking at it? Can someone help me out?
At the very end of the bullet points.
Just above preferred talents.
Oh,
There it
yeah.
is. There it is. I see it. Okay, thank you. I just was lost in the document trying to find it. Can we just change that line to, it?
Well, rather than write by committee, why don't I just come back to you with a clean document with suggested language if it's your desire to have liaison? Is that acceptable?
That sounds great to me.
Are there other changes that you are wanting to make me aware of?
No.
Sean, I just wanted to clarify that in the retreat, we decided that Danielle would still report to me. Is that correct?
I believe so. I'm fine with that. It's been going well, and I see no reason to change it.
Okay.
Any disagreement with that? No, I think.
Yeah, I think there's concern with the language there, but direct reports include county directors, assistant chief, and any other support staff.
I will be happy to revise that and bring some suggested language back.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Bring back a completed document for a board's consideration.
Okay, all right.
Sounds good to me. Anything else? Well, thank you, Doug, for cleaning that up, and I think we're good to move forward.
All right, I will be back in touch when I have a final document, I hope. Okay.
Much appreciated.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Very good. Was there anything else on this? Doesn't seem like it.
No, I don't think so. We just need to get it back from Doug and go from there.
Okay. Let's jump down to this action item. Can we do that now?
Yes. This was a document I got from Prudential, trying to speed the process of disbursements with the COVID pandemic. They're having difficulty getting notary publics in the traditional form, and alternative proofs to show death usually require a death certificate. In some cases, the departments are closed. I ran it by the county attorney. They didn't really have any concern. It said it's entirely an administrative matter. So if the board wants to proceed with it, I'll check with them. We may be able to just do it by typing in our names as a signature. They always require my signature on the point of contact. So that's why I always sign these as well to get board action. We may be able to do it without your signature, Sean. I'll check on that, but I may have to have you come down and sign it if that's not the case.
We missed something on Tuesday anyways. So I have to come down to sign
Okay.
something for the clerk's office this afternoon anyways. So
Okay, I'll just leave the signature form on there and then I will return it by email to the requested location if that's the board's desire. So we'd need a motion.
I would move to proceed with that plan then, that we approve this and proceed
Okay.
with the signatures.
Right, it'd be a remote notary and the alternative forms for proof of death.
Yes, thank you.
we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second,
We have a second. Please call the roll.
Ed,
Yes.
Roma,
yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
5-0 motion carries.
Very good. Chief Administrative Officer report with the Southeast Nebraska Development District membership.
Okay, I did this as a placeholder for Dennis, so I'll let Dennis talk to you guys about this one.
Okay, there
All
he
right.
is.
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to give you an update because, you know, we've been talking over the last, month or so about the possibility of how we could possibly run that program that they talked about for housing. And as I had looked into it at times, I kept running into a few roadblocks where I was almost ready to just say, you know what, it can't be done. But I received an email from the guys over at Send this week. They were looking into a couple things for me. And the biggest roadblock out there was that getting somebody in here to administer the program and how could we do that made the most sense for Lancaster County. So they went back to their board of directors, and what we found out was through discussions with the Department of Economic Development was that if we became a member of SEND, then SEND could administer this program for us. So they sent me on Tuesday or Wednesday just a couple items like a sample resolution, an interlocal agreement that I would have the county attorney's office look at if that's what you want. And they also sent me what it would cost for us to join SEND. And the cost to join SEND would just be right at about $13,000
Per year.
Per year. $13,000 per year, but then it would allow for them to really administer the program for us. Because at Lancaster County right now, you know, I'm probably the only one that's kind of attached to it right now, and I don't have time to be running this program.
Right. So we spend $13,000 and that allows us to distribute $450,000 to homeowners throughout the county.
Correct.
Could you use
When
that
does this
400,000 as the fee?
We checked. I had send check on whether we could use that, and the answer is no. So we would have to really use general fund money to cover that that 1 year fee. But what it also does is, you know, if we become a member for a year and the county board doesn't like how the program's going, we change it up. But, you know, I think the program kind of all made our ears kind of stand up because we were like, wow, we could actually do something with this where we've struggled to do anything with it. So
I do have a question though. When is this program? I think that the impetus was is that this money had to be spent by a particular period of time. And has that period of time, when was that money supposed to have been spent? Or is that still in limbo because we haven't, it hasn't been administered?
right.
We don't have the fund.
I think the answer to that is we didn't need to have the money spent by a certain time, but we needed to have a program up and going.
Okay, up and
So,
going.
yes. So I think and that was kind of a June 30th number.
Yeah.
And I think with DED seeing, and dealing with, I've called them, Sen's called them. We've been having conversations. They know where we're trying to go. And they know that this is we're either doing this or we're possibly just turning the money back over. So, so they're kind of on board. So I think as long as we're still jumping through these hoops, we can have the program up and going before any time frame hits us.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, I think that it would be very beneficial for many of the people in the smaller communities to be able to have access to this money. So $13,000 is not cheap by any means, just to belong to a program to have someone administer it. But 450,000 could really help a lot of our community folks.
Yeah. And Tom Bliss from Send also mentioned to me that once we would become a member, then one of you lucky county board members can belong to their board of directors. So that might also allow for us to see, how others are working and what are other opportunities out there. So, but once and if we join, you five can fight over who wants it.
Great.
Dennis,
Yes.
and who knows how Keno, revenue is going to be impacted by COVID, but could we pay for this out of Keno because it truly is community betterment?
I think it's something, no doubt, that we can think about. Yeah.
Yeah, I would concur with that. That's almost certainly community betterment. It's a broad definition. We've only gotten in trouble once on that.
Yeah, no, I think that would be a great way to move forward. And I nominate Rick for the board because he thought this was such a great idea.
Nose goes.
What? You and Jane Raybold, Deb, all I gotta do is show up and I get more jobs. Yeah, that's fine.
I'll second Rick's
So what
nomination.
so what I can do right now is I can send a couple of those documents over to the county attorney's office, have them kind of take a look at it. And those documents will really start the process to get documents back to you at a Tuesday meeting to really up and join Send so that we can, because then they will start looking at how do we need to upgrade some of our policies and all of that stuff.
Yeah, I like it. I say we go forward this way.
I do know that in Seward that they have this particular program, and they might have some documents that we could actually utilize as far as how it could be perhaps framed here in Lancaster County. It's a realtor there has said that it's been a great program.
Okay.
Thanks, Dennis. Good work.
The only work I'm doing is trying to get it out of my hands.
Very good. So Dennis, do you have direction? We don't need a motion or anything, do we?
No, I don't think so. I'll send the documents over and then I'll let you kind of know what, my next thought would be as soon as we can get them ready, we'll get them on a Tuesday so that we can kind of get everything set up so that we can get the program moving.
Sounds good.
I would just ask Dennis, when you contact Send to let them know we're going forward, I'd like to have them come to the Tuesday meeting when we ratify this, if possible.
Okay.
Although it's Zoom now, so we would invite them via Zoom. They wouldn't have to come to Link.
Right. And I'm sure they would be more than willing to. So I will tell them that.
Great. We got 5 more minutes. Does anybody have anything on the Lancaster County 2020 priorities under the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer report?
have anything.
Yeah, I don't. At the
I don't
moment.
have anything.
Okay. Carrie Ann, was there anything else under your individual reports that you wanted to discuss? I should have checked.
Not for me.
Okay. We have no board member meetings attended to discuss, except I did go to, or I participated via Zoom yesterday at the chamber coffee. It was, surprise, surprise, the conversation was all about COVID. And that's pretty much what we just discussed is, sort of the economic outlook for the community, how businesses are coping, how things are progressing in terms of things are being put off. The roller skating, what is it? It's not a festival. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, it got put all. We have decided to not. Jeff Mull decided to not force a contract issue. We were supposed to have it next year. This year they were supposed to be in Cedar Rapids. We instead are going to get it for 2 years after this. So next year Cedar Rapids will have it, and then in 22 and 23 we'll have it again. So I think that came out to be a good kind of a good meeting point for everybody. So we'll have it the 2 years following Cedar Rapids in 2021. Yeah, I think pretty much everything else. I don't know if there was any earth-shattering news that came out of that. Anybody else have any?
I was listening in, and you did announce our selection of Dave Durbin.
Oh, yes, I did.
And
yes, I did.
so who knows, maybe hauling him to a chamber event might be a good idea at one time, as well as a LIBA event.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, when all this is over, we can all get together again. It'd be nice to have a little informal coffee and donuts kind of a thing, just to welcome him on board. And I'm hoping that by June we can set up something for Carrie as well. So
let's hope so.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions about the scheduled board member meetings coming up? All right, let's go ahead and jump into the budget hearings then. We're close enough to 10:45.
Okay, so Jamie, can you tell me if Jeff Curry or Lori Griggs is on? I don't see them.
Yeah, there's Jeff he is in as an attendee. I will promote him. There is also a caller that is on that I can click on the allow to talk. I'm not sure who it is. It just shows me that it's a 402 number.
Okay.
But I'll bump them up as well. I'm guessing that could be Lori.
That's either probably Lori or Ron.
Well, Ron is also on there, and I think he's just observing at this point.
Okay.
Lori, is that you on the line? Last three numbers are 622.
Hey, Jamie and Dennis, this is Ron Rohde, just listening in from out here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I don't, yeah, thank you though. I'll be taking notes and no visual because I haven't had a haircut in 2 months.
Okay. I do not see Lori on there. Do you want me to try and resend a link?
Yeah, if you would, because today I see Brent's on here and I see Jeff. I'm expecting Lori, and then I'm expecting Brian Pillard at some point.
Okay. I know they were all on the list, but for some reason, Zoom is sending a lot of people's to the quarantine folder, but it doesn't always do it. And it doesn't seem to make any rhyme or reason how it does it. Let's see. Cassandra Mackey just joined.
Okay, and that's part of Lori's group. Yes.
Okay, let me promote. Cassandra's on there. That may be Lori.
Okay.
And who
And
was the
then-
other, who was the other one, Dennis? I'm sorry.
It's Brian Pillard.
Okay. Oh, and
But-
Lori just joined.
Okay, perfect. And Brian will probably be coming. So once I share my screen, I tend to lose track of who's all here. So I'm gonna go ahead and share it. And Brian's number 3 on the list anyway. So we'll start with Jeff with adult probation. So let me just kind of pull up my screen here. Just to remind everybody that what I will be, the charts and graphs that I'll be talking about today will really be the same ones that are out there on the portal, out through the website. Today, I'm actually just kind of just pulling up the report through OpenGov. I'm going to see, last week, a couple times, it seemed like it was moving a little bit slow when I was trying to, when I get going, I start jumping around a little bit. So I'm going to see if it's a little bit quicker when I'm not actually out on the web page in the portal. But it's the same exact stuff. Same exact stuff. So we're gonna start with adult probation here with Jeff. And Jeff, I'm gonna first start off by asking the question on your current year budget. You know, I'm expecting your answer to be that your budget's doing fine and we're not going to have any need for additional appropriations. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. One of the other things I'm kind of asking this year is just, you know, from your current year budget as well as into your budget request, how much is COVID-19 driving anything right now?
Well, like for supplies, you know, just the general office supplies, we've spent more on cleaning supplies, and we sent that to a few departments for some grants, work they're doing. But we did get a lot of cleaning supplies in for, you know, keep drug testing clean, the office areas clean. You know, we still see people coming down from court. We still have pre-sentence investigations we're doing. So cleaning supplies have gone up, you know, hand soap, stuff like that. You know, our computer budget, you know, this year we asked for some, you know, a few more laptops just because to be prepared if this continues all year or we see a spike in the fall, to have technology so we can get the work done for the courts. So, I mean, we're still within our budget.
Okay.
Ordering a few more things, but nothing really significant.
Okay, so Jeff, the one thing that that I always just like to remind both you and me is that we just need to clean up that PSI officer contract and get the payment made before June 30.
Okay. Yep. And do you want to discuss that now or?
Well, we'll discuss it in a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so as far as Jeff's budget, I'm just going to kind of, first of all, I'm kind of moving you guys out of my own screen here. So,
You don't want to see us?
well, only a few of you at a time. I can only take so much. So when we look at Jeff's budget, you will see now that his budget's a little over $576,000. And when you look at the change in that, you will see that his budget is actually going down by about 0.23% this year. And so when you look at that, the net decrease is about $1,325. So I'm gonna let Jeff kind of talk about this a little bit, but the one thing that we want to remind ourselves with Jeff's budget and with Lori's budget when we get to it, both the probation, we have no salaries and benefits. You know, it's all that we're paying for is really operating type expenses. So it's it's a little bit easier to kind of control your budget when you don't have the salaries and benefits to it. So Jeff, let's talk about a couple things that that's driving your budget this year?
Okay, well, the one increase we did ask for was in office supplies, and really that was, the worry is, the continued need more cleaning supplies and stuff like that. What will we need coming in the future? The VoIP, the reason our budget went down is because VoIP information services is no longer there. That 17,000 it's gone now. Basically, the state is paying for all of our licensure for computers. So like Windows and Excel, stuff like that is now provided through the state for Lori Griggs and myself. Lori, if I'm wrong, let me know. And then we also see that cost savings in our computer requests. We don't have to request software and stuff like that to go with the new laptop or computer because that's provided by the state. So we've seen some significant savings there. Couple areas where mine did go up was the rent at our North Reporting Center, which is the old Experian building. It went up last year, September 1st, that contract starts every year. It went up by 5,000 last year. And I think that was the first increase probably since we moved in there in 2 or 3 years. We didn't account for that in our last, in this current fiscal year. We were able to find the money to cover that. And then we expect maybe there might be another, increase this September 1st. So, in speaking with Dennis, we prepared for that. And so that was roughly, another, I think about 5,000 a year. So that's kind of where that 17,000 that we saved, some of it comes back in rent to that North Reporting Center. So those would be the biggest changes, or the biggest things, I guess, in my budget. Everything else pretty much stayed the same. The only other thing I have new is the police radios for LPD changed. We purchased 3 new radios this fiscal year, but maintenance is $1,400 a year. So that line item was created as well. For $1,400, the maintenance, the radios we have with LPD a year.
Okay.
Those would be the biggest things.
Okay, so, as Jeff was mentioning, most of the departments you'll hear for, as far as IS costs, as we talked last week, you'll be hearing how they're going up based off the new model. Jeff and Lori as well, because they have no employees, which is part of their new model, is they actually get the benefit. So their costs are actually driving down a little bit. The reason VoIP is going to go to zero, the VoIP should be going to zero for everybody because we're not being billed separately for that anymore. It's just part of the overall IS budget. So, Jeff, let's talk about, okay, there's the PSI, because one of the things with Jeff's budget is we always talk about the couple other PSI officers out there. And we want to make sure, because not only did we talk about billing it out and finishing up this fiscal year, we also then need to make sure, let's do another contract and keep this PSI program going. So I'll turn it over to Jeff and let him talk about this a little bit.
Okay. So just so everybody knows, last June, this position last year cost $49,376. I would see it. I would expect it to be around 49,000, 50,000 again. I wouldn't see it to be any higher, maybe 2% higher. So 51,000 at the most, this position will cost us, cost the county this fiscal year. We do get the PSIs, as you can see, done quicker. We average generally, looking at that 36 to 39 days, getting a PSI done in the jail. I think it's a great program. We save probably between, getting carried away, I guess, so that's what we average, with somebody in jail. Somebody out of jail usually takes us generally 59 the 64 days probably generally to get the PSI done. So we are getting them done significantly quicker, which you can see in the days difference in the third column. And in the fourth column, you see the number of PSIs we did in the jail that day. So, you know, some months get pretty big. Like January of this year, we did 59 PSIs in the county jail. Generally, we're in the 30s for PSIs we do in the jail. But it saves a lot of days, and if you those days we save, if you times $100 a day, you can kind of see the cost savings. So,
Hey, Jeff, has this last month with COVID, does that slow this process down, or does it affect it at all?
So this last month, I just got it yesterday, and there's been a lot of sentencings continued into June. I think June this year for the courts and the jail and everyone looks like, and it could still change as everything's pretty fluid. But June looks like it's going to be really heavy for sentencings and people getting PSIs ordered. Like most of the district judges have stayed within the, you know, the 35-day time range. I have seen some outliers. You know, there's some that, and I haven't looked into them yet, that they've continued out, or they don't want to sentence people, I don't think, till maybe into the summer. I can't speak for any district judge, but it kind of looks like this month we have seen some abnormalities. But I would expect, though, the May and June, it would get back on track.
Okay. So county board, thoughts on the PSI contract? I don't know, Jeff, and I don't know if you can tell me how many years we've been doing this now. It seems like it's
at least been, Steve Roll was the first chief to do it, and he hasn't been in the district for about 12 years. And I know he was doing it at one time when it started, so.
Well, it's an absolutely great program, and I think that we need to continue with it.
No, thank you. I think we are saving some jail dates and getting people sentenced quicker.
okay. Oh, Jeff, you want to talk about, let's see here. You want to talk about your technology fund request?
Yes. As you can see, we did request 6 laptops, and it's really just to be prepared. We were kind of short. You know, we have a lot of people working at home and really didn't have the equipment for it this time. So I think if we got 6 more laptops, it put us in a good spot. You know, if this continues or we see an increase this fall, like some expect. So that's the biggest probably thing in our budget. The 8 towers is really just to replace old ones that are over 5 years old, and you know, IT states they really don't have they're running out of the parts and stuff like that for them, and so they're just replacing old ones. And then the laptops replace old ones as well, but make some of our officers more mobile that need to be.
So Jeff, I don't know if you guys utilize a lot of laptops, but does this COVID make you think about moving that direction a little bit more than what you have over the years?
Yes, you know, like our PSI division, we want them all to have laptops and to be able to do PSIs from home. Because right now we do all the jail ones by video with the jail, and then we do all the other ones by phone with the clients. And you know, that's one thing that can't. If somebody needs quarantine, you know, that's one thing we can't really stop doing. We keep going no matter what. So we really want those guys to have the ability to always work from home, continuing on. And then also with our high risk officers, I could see us going down that road in the future where we'd have more and more people working from home. Of course, with that goes, I think we're going to see a lot of changes like in technology, because we're going paperless with our district court next Monday. So we won't be sending them any paper anymore. So working from home might become more of an option as we go too, because the more we go paperless and technology increases, the more stuff we can do. And hopefully we can save the county more money as well than not needing space, paper, stuff like that. So.
Okay. Any questions from the county board for Jeff? I think that was kind of what I wanted to make sure that we covered.
I don't have anything. Anybody else?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I think
If
I agree
not, Jeff.
with Jeff. I think
No.
Okay,
Roland, you were
Jeff,
saying?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay, Jeff, appreciate you hopping on this morning with us.
And Dennis, really quick, do you want me to work on another contract for the fiscal year or wait on that?
Yeah, start one up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to jump over to Lori's budget. And we'll talk juvenile probation here. Okay, so again, Lori, I'll ask you about just your current year budget, where you're at right now. And from your standpoint right now, you think you'll be good to finish out the fiscal year?
I do. I think if there's some, just looking at the end of March expenditures and overall, I think we're good. It's just those some little pieces about printing or postage, but I think we're good. The needs that we've had, we're much like Jeff. We've gotten a lot of disinfectant and a lot of supplies from admin, generally due to drug testing, and then we spread that out throughout everybody else. Like, for instance, staff are using the latex gloves, and usually that was just drug tests. So we have like 13,000 latex gloves for all staff to use. So things like that have really helped not need to get a lot of additional supplies. We've been pretty well blessed in that way. So.
Okay. So let's talk Lori's budget. So when we take a look at her request, her numbers are just a little over 319,000, 319,126. And with her numbers, you will see that her budget is decreasing by about 2.29%. So, so both probation offices, coming in with a little bit less of a request from the previous year. So her net decrease is about a negative $7,487. So, Lori, talk about what's driving your budget this year.
So with that help with the VoIP decrease, or like you said, integrated into the overall information services, we're pretty much the same. So except the drug court story, which is what I put on the summary. And I think Dennis wanted me to talk about that a little bit. So as you know, historically, that started as a grant with Gary Lacey back in 2000. So this has been a 20-year juvenile program that we've had, and ours has been a little bit different structurally from adult drug court, in that the juvenile probation officer and a drug court officer were employees here and worked closely with the judge and the team. I don't know when, but probably about 5 or 6 years after that, the personnel costs then were all taken up by the Supreme Court. but the operational budget stayed under the county, and that's why we've had that kind of MOU drug court contract come around every so often. But however, we've whittled down, if you recall, the Independent Center, we had some county funds that went toward them for administrative costs. We got rid of that a couple years ago and tried to work with them just without having that administrative cost. They thought they could try to pro bono that and absorb it. But some things changed with their budget, and so we ended up not kind of having that same flow with drug court. And it's nothing that was part of the funding. It was more about the team and some things and dynamics that changed. It also went structurally from pre-disposition to a post-disposition. So kids got put on probation. Public defender then looked at it differently. It's a really long story, and I'm trying to keep it short. But then we had the retirement of Judge Thorson, and that was kind of the clincher for making a big change here. None of the other three existing judges wanted to just really take that on and take it over from her. They wanted to wait until they got the fourth judge appointed and see how that judge approached it and see if that judge wanted to take it on. So that was our last meeting. We have absorbed the drug court coordinator and drug court officer as a coordinator supervisor in our office and a regular probation officer, and hopefully kind of been waiting to maybe see if Judge White would want to take on drug court. I spoke with her last week, and she's going to want to get her feet wet and hasn't even had probably her first hearing as a judge. So she's going to want to take some time to see if that's something she wants to do. So it may be something that comes up in the fall, is wanting to restart. But for now, even if it does, like I told Dennis, I think we can do our part as a drug court officer and a drug court coordinator, since their personnel costs are all paid for by the state. Within our overall budget, we can launch back into a drug court program without having to ask for a sub budget with the county. A big piece of that is the Sherwood Foundation gave the state juvenile division a pretty large grant for incentives for kids. So we can do some of that if we launch back into drug court and use those incentives funds for things like gift cards and for sobriety and things like that. So
Lori, if I could ask a question.
Yeah.
So like you said, it's a very long story, but just to try and wrap my hands around it. So was it effectiveness or time commitment or lack of participation, or, I mean, just summarize the reason that a 20-year program is ending in this way?
Yeah, well, some of it was statutory changes, Deb, that with both 561 and 464 and the exhaustive resources and the way kids get committed to Kearney now. I know that it's just some of that is that overall piece about juvenile justice and juvenile probation working a little bit differently. You know, some thought out there is that actually, you know, we wanted regular juvenile probation to always look like juvenile drug court. That was our goal. Low caseloads, a lot of incentives and sanctions, all that evidence-based practices. And it was always that, traditional juvenile caseload was too high, and officers didn't have the time to do what a juvenile drug court officer could do. And we are resourced now where we can look a lot like juvenile drug court, maybe not totally with its uniqueness and the team and the hearings. That's the piece that I think is still very critical. But we didn't have, I guess, a full body of team members that were all in with it to keep it going. So, and then we had that provider piece where it kind of dropped off, and we were starting to work with different providers. So we didn't have that consistent provider. But we want to work really hard. I mean, COVID has always thrown everybody off some of their plans, but we want to work really hard in this next 4 or 5 months while Judge White's getting her feet wet to do some things internally here and pull a team back together and at least present the idea to say, this is what we can do in this new world instead of kind of giving up, to adjust and say we can still do this unique kind of service with kids where you have the court oversight and the team and that, twice a month presence of a judge in a kid's life to say, way to go and that type of thing. That's a piece that you'll never have internally in probation, because you're not going to have 480 kids go to court every 2 weeks.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So Lori, let's talk about your technology fund request.
Yeah, if you recall, in 2013 we expanded and had additional staff, and we I think Sarah got grant money. We got a lot of computers then. That's now 7 years ago. So like we did last year, we tried to replace some things that were out of date. Last year, though, we went a little heavy on laptops, and we are good in our laptop area right now. This is just a request for some desk PCs of the 2013 variety to be upgraded and replaced. So
Lori, so Lori, has the COVID here changed how you guys operate over there as far as, coming in versus, needing laptops being out, or has it changed you much over there?
Right now, we have 85% people of our staff working at home, and the officers that don't have laptops will either use their personal computers or they can be on their phone and participate in a WebEx meeting. They can be the host of a WebEx meeting on their phones because they have work phones. And then our high-risk officers that work with the high-risk kids, they all have laptops and do all their video meetings through there. So we are pretty good there. The piece that we do need is more webcams for our desk PCs, because people, sometimes the phone's not the most ideal. It's good with one-on-one, but maybe not a bigger meeting with several people.
Okay.
So I don't even know. We're looking for webcams off of like Office Depot and that type of thing. But if that's something that information services can help us with, if there's availability there, then maybe we should talk to them. I don't know. That just came to me just now.
And I don't know that answer either. I'd at least reach out to them to see if they could help you.
Okay. That's our need right now is webcams. I think we can get about everything else COVID wise. We're pretty good.
Okay. Okay, that's kind of what I wanted to make sure we talked about. Does the county board have any other questions for Lori?
Nope.
Okay. If not, Lori, I appreciate you taking the time today.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, so I'm going to jump into records management. Brian, you with us?
Good morning.
Okay. Once I share my screen, I can't tell who's all there. So I just wanted to make sure you were ready to go. So
I am here. I don't know about ready.
Okay. So Brian, let's first start off with just the current year budget. At mid-year, you had kind of projected about a $8,000 number, kind of based off of cost of living, health insurance, stuff like that. Anything change from then to now?
If you look at our current expenditures versus budget, it's very close based on the percentage of the year that we've been through. And we're having a little bit less of expense because our contract with CSN for the microfilming and scanning labor is on a hold right now because we do not have them here during the
coronavirus
Okay,
issue.
so you're getting some type of savings there.
A little bit, but I wouldn't call it savings. Can I share my screen for a second? It says I can't share my screen while you're sharing your screen.
You know, Brian, I don't know. Share it. Let's see what happens.
You have to stop sharing your screen before
Oh,
I can
okay.
share my screen.
It's all yours. I knew, Brian, you were ready to go today.
Do you see this picture?
Yes.
I'm not sure which screen I shared. This is our empty work floor where we don't have our individuals working, and that's the biggest issue we're having with COVID.
Are you done?
Is not being able to do production.
Cool. Hey.
So we have a big empty work floor here, and we would like to figure out a way to get them back. But yes,
Okay.
but yes, that's a savings for the month that they're not here. All of March, they were not here.
Okay. Well, you know, and I think what we'll do is when we close, you know, when we close out April, we can kind of take a look. So we'll just see where you end up.
Okay.
But I guess the good news is it shouldn't be going up because of anything going on. So Brian, does that also then affect your revenue side?
Not very much. The work they were doing is for county departments, which we don't charge back to the county departments. So that's appropriated through the budget, that expense.
Okay. So Brian, does what's COVID-19 doing to your current year budget as well as for your future year or for your next request?
I'm not seeing an increase or decrease because of COVID for the budget.
Okay. Okay. So let's look at your current year request, and Brian's request is coming just right under 700,000, 699, 666, about a 4.38% increase. On the expenditure side, his revenues are budgeted at 95.6, which is just a 13.67% increase. So, Brian, let's talk about what's driving your budget.
Well, if you drill down there a little bit lower where it talks about personal services.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there. I'm moving a little slow today.
I think the budget increase is like 29,300, and the difference in personal services is 17,700. So that's a big portion of the increase. And then, yes, I was watching the two previous budget hearings. And if you want to find out where the information services savings went, look at the change in our information services budget number. We had budgeted 11,000 this current year, and it is now 25,500. So putting those two together are the biggest reasons for where you see the overall increase in the expense budget. Some of that is accounted for because that computer software maintenance license from last year and the VoIP, those really should get added to the 11.4 to do a comparison, but still it's still close to doubling our expense for information services.
And for the most part, Brian, we're kind of seeing that. I shouldn't say across the board because you just seen the two probation offices that had their numbers decrease. But hopefully what it does is, with the change in model, hopefully what it does is it kind of flattens things out for future years. You know, so many times IS budget, you never knew until you opened up the document which direction your budget was going to be going.
Right.
So I'm hoping with the new model that David's got out there, I'm hoping that kind of gets us set up a little bit better there. And plus, some of the increases are going to be dealing with, you know, moving to 365, doing some things that are going to maybe help us out security wise. So I'm hopeful there too. So it's the first year that we just got to kind of get through and go from there.
Yeah, he did take the time to share with me his presentation and explain where the numbers came from and everything. So I appreciated that he did that just for this department.
So Brian, talk to me. You've got 6 full-time equivalents, and then you got a 0.1 for on-call. Talk to me how that 0.1 for on-call works for you.
We have 6 full-time equivalents, which is a really small department. 2 full-time equivalents are records couriers, and 2 of the full-time equivalents are people who scan converting paper to electronic images. When we have longer planned absences, like more than a day or 2, we really need work to fill in where we don't have a person. So you really need a records courier every day. If that one of our records couriers takes a week off, we'd like to have somebody on call who had been previously trained to come in and do that work. It's impossible to do it through like a temporary service agency because there's a learning curve that the person have to be trained. So we want to have somebody who is trained in both areas that we can call as needed.
Okay. Okay. Let's talk about, I'd made a note here that there's no out-of-state travel this year. And I don't remember if you made a note about one of your conferences. Is it virtual this year?
There was a virtual conference that just happened this week, Monday through Wednesday, managing electronic records. I did participate in that for this fiscal year, yes. And for this coming fiscal year, I do not have a conference specifically budgeted.
Okay. Okay, let's talk. I'm going to pull up your computer or your technology fund request here, Brian. Let's talk about what you got going here then.
Okay, some of it is questions I'll have about the Office 365 plan and all the changes happening with wanting all the computers up to at least Windows 10. But what you see there is the first line, 3 computer requests. That, as part of my PC request IS, was saying we would want to replace 2 Windows 7 computers and make them Windows 10 computers, because I even think we're supposed to be getting away from Windows 7. In addition to,
that's the way I take it too, yes.
In addition to that, we want to replace one of our microfilm camera stations with a scanning station. We're doing more and more scanning and less microfilming. That makes sense and pretty obvious why we'd be doing that. But we would need a computer and a scanner to do that. So that one of the computers is a new workstation. And the last line mentions 2 document scanners. One of them will be for the new workstation, and the other one would be to replace the oldest scanner that we have here, that we just want to keep those up to date and running efficiently also. Then the 2 monitors would be used at the new workstation. And it says external DVD drive because we're still getting some images from information services on DVD that we write to microfilm.
Okay.
But my question might be more, what schedule are we on for getting up to Windows 10? And I don't have right off the top of my head how many computers we have on Windows 7 and how many on Windows 10, but is that evolution included in each person's budget request? And at what point, what timeline are we supposed to all PCs be on Windows 10?
Well, I think with the, with the Windows 10 and the 365, the way that I understand it from David, once this goes, it's going to be pretty aggressive, and he's going to try to go as quick as he can. Now, I don't know exactly what that means months wise, but I know they want to get moving on it as quick as they can.
But we do have Office 365 now. We're good there, but I'm not sure about the Windows 10 versus Windows 7 PCs, which ones are which.
Okay. And so I think it's still a plan in progress, but I think once they finalize it, I think they're going to try to push, and David kind of wants to push kind of hard on it.
All right.
So, Brian, what about in your mind for future upgrades as far as technology? Over the next couple of years, is there anything out there that we need to be putting on our radar that we maybe need to plan for?
As far as technology, equipment, that type of thing?
Or any plans in your mind that you think vehicles you're building, where are you at for those types of upgrades and stuff?
We have 2 vehicles. One was purchased the previous fiscal year, new. That one's good. The other vehicle is a hand-me-down, which is old and rusty, and the side of the driver's seat plastic falls off. And we've talked to the county engineer's office to say if you have something come up from surplus that would be better than what we have now, we're ready for upgrading that vehicle. But I haven't budgeted a specific vehicle replacement. Our policy practice in the past has been run it until it dies. And we had been getting surplus vehicles after the sheriff's office was done with them, but we got the new vehicle because the vehicle we were driving was totaled in an accident and we didn't have a surplus vehicle available at the time.
Okay, well, I'll make note of that and put it on the list and stuff. So, Brian, the last thing that I want to mention to you is just kind of dealing with the new payroll system. Over the next 5 to 6 months, as we're kind of transitioning to that, we're going to be putting different modules out there, which will then require training for you as well as employees. So I just kind of want to give you a heads up that over these next 5 to 6 months, there will be times coming up that we will be training for some of these modules. So you'll have to somewhat plan around it so we make sure we're getting employees what training they need.
How much time of training are you talking about? An entire day, half a day, couple hours?
I think we're trying, because we're doing it in different modules, we're trying to make it so that they're kind of shorter training sessions, but then also putting a lot of the doing some training snippets, putting it out, on the web so that employees can go out there. So I don't think it's a ton of time, but we're just going to, that will show up and it will be something that everybody has to kind of deal with.
And the first timing, what comes first is the time off request?
Yes, the absence module will be coming in June.
Okay.
So I just kind of want to make sure that you kind of have the idea and know that stuff's going to be coming, and we're going to be trying to get everybody trained as we're moving.
Okay.
Okay. Other than that, County Board, any questions for Brian?
Deb, you're muted.
Okay. Brian, how long do you think it'll take you to catch up? I suppose that's dependent upon how soon you get back, but your turnaround was pretty quick. How soon do you think that can occur?
The good news is we are still have our county employees here working. So we're turning around those things that we've been turning around consistently, the daily type of work. What we're not getting done is converting paper from the record center to scan images or microfilm images so we can get rid of the paper and have the images available. We're doing scanning for district court of their criminal files and their juvenile files so they can access those electronically, and those aren't getting done now. So it's more not able to address a backlog more than not keeping up with the current record types that we're scanning for, like the treasure motor vehicle titles and the ambulance billing records for the fire department, and what the city clerk sends us for their intranet application each week. We are keeping up there. It's just we're not working on the backlog.
Okay. Any
All
other
right,
questions,
Brian. Thanks for hopping on with us.
Thank you. I heard about the webcam also. I'm using a loaner webcam from IS. They did say they have them on backlog, and they sent me this one so I could use for the budget hearing. So
Okay.
I don't know what their shipment timeline is, but the one I'm using is a loaner from IS.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move over to weed controls budget.
Good morning.
How's it going today, Brent?
Good. Were you able to hear me there?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
You can hear me, you just can't see me, which is better than the last time I could see people. They just couldn't hear me. So we're switching progress. We're not making any, but
Okay, Brent. So let's talk current year stuff on finishing up this fiscal year. What's your thoughts?
yeah, well, we projected to finish out about 10,000 in the black. So we're good. Basically due to revenues coming in strong after the last tax statements came out, I guess. We got a lot of liens paid off that were sitting out there. And then we didn't spend as much in our noxious weed enforcement line items. So those two items really help drive that. Now the noxious weed offsets usually in the revenue side. So eventually that would have been money that would be coming in at some point. So
Okay.
it looks good now. It just won't help us out later.
Okay. So Brent, what effect does COVID have on your budget right now?
Well, I'm a little bit like Brian. I don't know that it's driving a lot of cost effect. It's probably going to drive some if we start getting billed for the hand sanitizers and the plexiglass screens that we're going to be looking at and putting in, submit a requisition for tomorrow. So, it really hasn't helped us as far as people staying home. We're still working, thank goodness. Two of us are working remotely and Danny's working back in the office, but we did have to purchase the one laptop that I'm on now that the webcam doesn't seem to be working on, but we did go to one laptop and we plan on going to one more laptop next year and getting rid of the towers as we start replacing those.
Okay. So Brent, let's jump in to current to your next year's request. So when you take a look here, you will see that Brent's number is 470,548. That's about a 6.63% increase on the expenses. Revenues about 438,77 or 766, and that's about a 6.73%. Brent, talk to us about what's driving it.
Well, I'll jump in with everybody else. It's GIS and IS increase. So when I did the breakdowns yesterday, that's a 31.84% increase. So $14,000 of that $27,000 increase comes out of that line item there. The other, salaries and benefits are another $11,000 increase. So you take away the non-controllables, our budget actually had a decrease in it this year, but the big jump is going to be the GIS-IS this year.
So, Brent, I know in one of the emails you sent me from the GIS side, I mean, GIS for still is a game changer, right? I mean,
right, and that I mentioned that too. As much as that shows as an increase in our budget this year, we can't operate without it. I mean, we use it daily. It has made us way more efficient. If we weren't using the GIS technology, we'd have to run at least twice the inspectors to get the work done that we do.
Okay. So Brent, talk to me a little bit about revenue side.
Well, the revenue, of course, is generated basically off of what we spend on weed abatement, noxious weed force controls, and then the city funds 50% of our programs. So we provide the weed abatement for the city of Lincoln, and in turn they provide. It's just a 50-50 split. We've kind of caught up because we started we're 3 years out now because of tax sale certificates. So a few years back, we were able to start putting all our old liens on tax sale certificates, and that cleaned up a lot of our really old history. So unless it's just a property that nobody wants to purchase, most of those are getting bought up anymore. So the revenue side, it's always a guessing game when we figure our budget, but we've got about $50,000 sitting in there prior year's expenses that will come in the next 3 years. So we're always going to get some of that, plus the current year. We usually do pretty well on those. And we have an $100 administrative fee. So whatever our contractor charges us, the landowner gets charged an extra $100 for administrative fees. So if we do, 300 contracts, that's the $30,000 in revenue there.
Okay. So Brent, so basically out there at Weed, you got three full-time employees, and then you've got what we classify as about 1.4 seasonal.
Right. So there's 3 of us that are there year round, and then the 1.4 are the seasonal staff that we have started. One of those already. The other 5 actually will start next Thursday if we're able to get that done. And so then they'll run. Those are the seasonal inspectors that help do all the inspections during the summertime.
Okay. Brent, let's talk about, and you addressed this to me in the email yesterday. So we were, and I just kind of brought this up because of what's happening with COVID and stuff like that. And I didn't know if you had known if this Montana conference was still on, but go ahead, since you kind of addressed that with me yesterday.
Right. So unfortunately, no travel to Whitefish, Montana this year, which is pretty disappointing, but it's gone to a virtual meeting, which there will basically be, I think it's $150 or $200 registration. So the rest of those fees we can take out of there. The thing that is disappointing for Lincoln and Lancaster County is we were due to host the 2021 conference in Lincoln next year. And due to this and that conference and some adjusting and things already happening, we're not going to be able to do that till 2023 now. We're still in line for it, but unfortunately the work that we've put in trying to secure facilities and that type of stuff is wasted, I guess, or being pushed back.
Okay.
If I could, I did see that in the CVB report that they had lost that book of business. Just out of curiosity, why wasn't it just bumped back a year? Why 2?
Well, mainly because our association has to do a recertification training during that time of year every third year, and that happened to be our third year. So we weren't able to use it with that at that time. And that was part of it, but the North American Invasive Species Management makes that decision. And they try to move them around. So this year they were going, I don't know whether they wanted to go west and then east and then central, or and unfortunately it didn't go back to whitefish next year either. So I'm not sure where it's going. I wasn't part of that, but I do know what I did hear is it would be 2023.
Okay.
I can find out more on that and let you know.
No, it is disappointing. So, because we were
Yeah.
kind of on the, don't cancel, postpone, but that's,
Yeah,
real
well, it's
ways
still
out.
coming. It's just going to be, it gives us more time to prepare, I guess.
Okay.
So Brent, let's talk about, on the expenditure side, we've been trying to put about $7,500 aside for future, I'll call them vehicles, but in your mind, how much are you trying to save up for, and when would you be looking to spend that?
You still have it, right? So we, the $7,500 a year on projection would be a 4-year savings to be able to purchase a vehicle. So I think this is our 3rd year. Is that right? I'd have to look.
Yeah, I would have to too. I remember we're at least in our 2nd, but I can't remember if we've been in it for 3 years. So then possibly next budget year would be the year that you would be looking at spending that for a vehicle then, right?
If I recall, that's what I'd have to look back at that. So,
okay.
And then at that point, we should be able to reduce it, because the next time we would do that, we would have a vehicle to trade in. So the plan was to get 2 vehicles, and then after 8 years, we'd have a vehicle to trade in, so we could reduce that asking.
Okay.
2 years down the road.
Okay. So, so Brent, anything for other future stuff as far as technology or building wise, I know the engineers is part of the facility study and stuff like that. So other than that, is there anything else that you've got out there that we need to be thinking about or planning for?
No, I don't think so. I guess the facility study just indicated that they recognize that we needed more space. The difficulty is where we're going to find that. I guess we're pretty locked in where we're at there. It works well for us being with engineering because of the fleet of vehicles we run. We need servicing a lot. We need a lot of mechanical work done on those hand-me-down vehicles. So it works good for us to be adjacent to those folks. Other than just kind of reworking our technology, we usually update 2 to 3 tablets every year. That's just an ongoing expense, but then the little bit of an increase going from towers to laptops. But I think that's just good to prepare for that, so we don't get caught if this happens again.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Okay, Brent, last thing for me. I'm hoping you kind of heard my payroll thing to Brian.
Yeah, we're ready for it. So anytime,
okay.
We'll be ready for the training and looking forward to that. I think it's overdue.
Yeah, I agree with you. So like I said, something will probably start in June, but from there, probably about every month or so, we'll be hitting the next module. So I just want to kind of make sure everybody kind of understands that it I've been saying it's coming. Well, we're getting closer actually now.
Yeah. Well, it whenever it happens, we'll sure make people available.
Okay, sounds good. County Board, any other questions for Brent? If not, Brent, I appreciate you hopping on with us this morning to talk about your budget stuff.
You bet. Thank you.
Sean, you're muted.
I finally did it. Anything else, Dennis?
No, I don't think so. I think we got 3 or 4 next week, but we're good for now.
Sounds good. Okay, we will move on down to, and we're right on schedule. We'll move on down to COVID-19 update and response. First up, we've got grants for COVID-19 related expenses with Sarah Hoyle, Human Services Director.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am here to seek board authorization for Commissioner Flowerday to sign off on both of these grant applications to recoup some of our expenses that agencies have seen with COVID. And thank you to Anne and Dennis for working with me on these 2 grant applications. The first one is through, well, they're both through the Department of Justice, but the first one is a federal grant that is coming to us directly from the feds through the Bureau of Justice Assistance. That one is a predetermined amount for about $58,000. In that one, and I should say both of these have a priority of criminal justice related agencies. So I reached out to all of our criminal justice entities to see what expenses that they had incurred as a result of COVID, and then looked at the grant requirements on both of the grant solicitations. And the Crime Commission one, which is the second one on your sheet, has more unallowable expenses than does the first one, the federal one. So basically, the unallowable expenses that I received from the agencies are in the first grant. And those are the expenses that were supposed to come through the health department, the PPE, but a lot of our agencies ordered them ahead of time before Unified Command had that structure to order those materials. So things such as masks, hand sanitizers, a lot of cleaning you'll see is in that Excel file that's attached to the grant form. And that's from the Public Defender's Office. There's a lot from the jail that's in there. And then there's some things with the Sheriff's Office too for cleaning supplies. So that totaled $58,000. Are there any questions on that first one? Okay, the second application is also through the Department of Justice, but that is a pass-through through the Crime Commission. There's $3 million total available to counties. It's on a rolling basis. So when I talked to the chief at the Crime Commission, essentially once we're in the door and funded, we can request more and they'll amend our grant contract. But first,
Sarah, you froze. You lost it. You there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. So again, with this one, reached out to all the agencies. Most of these are reimbursed with the exception of the Youth Services Center asked for some laptops to help with education and with court being on Zoom. And then Karen has a request in there for some plexiglass that I think that you guys will be talking about later today. So there's also a lot of overtime in there from the sheriff's office, or not the sheriff's office, the jail and the Youth Services Center that resulted from staff being absent because of COVID. So that one totaled about $130,000. There's also the travel in there relates to 3 youth who were placements closed as a result of COVID and they had to be transported back here. They were under court supervision. Any other questions on this one? And the plan for this one is monthly. I can reach out to the agencies that are criminal justice related and see if there's additional expenses that we have that we can claim.
Okay. Commissioner Shore?
Sarah, this is great work. I'm just curious, as our Human Services Director, how this fell under your umbrella to collect this information from all these departments. And then the follow-up question is, what's your working relationship with the health department and reimbursement that they're seeking?
Okay, so I got the grant solicitations and just coordinated through Ann on if anyone was writing it or not. So I.
Okay.
And
Thank you. Okay.
That's what that happened.
Okay.
And then with the health department, we
And we'll all remember that next time JBC funding comes up.
Oh, yes, please. There you
We'll
go.
all remember that.
Or how about when Sarah's salary evaluation comes around?
Yeah, that too.
So, I mean, we've always, our office has always worked really closely with the crime commission. So that grant just kind of made sense to work with. And then with the health department, because we're officed there with general assistance, we're on their regular communication. So we get communication that way. They've supplied us with masks and equipment that we've asked for.
Okay. Okay.
And then they've helped us with mortuaries through cremations when we needed certain items too, as a result of COVID.
Okay. All right. Well, good work. Thank you.
And two, I talked with the sheriff's office a little bit about the infrared thermometers, temperature takers that they're wanting on the buildings. This is something that we could put in this grant as well, if that's what the board decides to do. So.
Well, if that could be put into the grant, that would be just outstanding.
Yeah.
I can't promise it'll be funded, but we can ask.
Right. Well,
Why
and
not
also,
ask?
Yeah, and also, could Brad use those too?
If Brad, yeah, we could write it in there if he wants them.
I certainly think he could make good use of them.
Well, we have already bought Brad thermometers that are no touch.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I would move that we authorize the chair to sign these grant applications.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Rick,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Roma,
Yes.
Krista,
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
5-0 motion carries.
Thank you. And
Sarah, that was great initiative.
Thank
That was
you.
great initiative, Sarah. Yeah.
Thank you. Sean, all the forms for the first one are online, so you don't need to do anything with those. The second one, I've attached, all the forms are on the agenda. So and they're all electronic signature. So if you can sign them and email them back, that would be great. And I will submit it yet today.
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
I'm also going to be coming in to sign things for the clerk's office this afternoon. So either way.
Do you want me to print them then? Is that easier?
Are you at the office?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah,
You are?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't mind, yes, that would be simpler for me.
Okay. I'll get them printed and run them over.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Sarah.
Bye.
Next up is FMLA discussion.
Can we push the FMLA discussion to the bottom? Christy's having trouble getting into the Zoom.
Sure.
And
Next up is-
Jamie, can you help her? She said that it didn't work when she tried to call in. Her panelist ID didn't work.
Okay.
Okay,
Next
hold
up
on a
then-
second. I was working on something else. What was the question?
Christy Bauer says she can't get into the Zoom. She said her panelist ID didn't work when she called in.
She is a panelist now. Do we need Kevin Nelson and Doug McDaniel in also?
If they're available, if they're not, that's fine too. Christy can probably answer the questions.
Just promoted all three of them to panelists, so you should be in good shape now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So
Christy, are you there?
Yes, I am there. Thank you.
Okay. So Sean, I guess we can start with FMLA after all.
Let's start with FMLA.
Okay. So Christy, we need some clarification because our understanding of how the leave was going to work and what we've communicated to our department heads was a little bit different than I think what it ended up being. So can you clarify for the board where it stands in terms of FMLA?
Yes, the policy, the HR bulletin on your emergency paid sick leave, et cetera, has a provision in it that says even when an employee is on emergency paid sick leave, that they still have to comply with the FMLA policy. The emergency paid sick leave did nothing to the FMLA, the traditional FMLA requirements. So an employee can be on emergency paid sick leave while also being on FMLA if it is a serious health condition. So again, emergency paid sick leave did not suspend the FMLA. It didn't negate the FMLA in any manner. So again, if that employee has a serious health condition and they are out on emergency paid sick leave, they are still required to comply with the county's FMLA policy. And that's in the policy bulletin on page 6.
So that will apply to people who might get sick or who are taking care of someone who is sick, correct?
Yes, it could be both of those. Under the FMLA, if you're caring for a spouse, a child, an immediate family member who has a serious health condition, you would be required to fill out FMLA paperwork.
So Sean, did you guys have questions about how this differed from what you were originally thinking?
I feel like I'm lost in it now.
Yeah, me too.
From an employee standpoint, how are they going to experience this differently than what we had initially discussed?
Yes, I don't understand the question. The emergency.
I don't know if I understand the situation, so yeah.
Nothing has changed. If somebody has a serious health condition, whether that be COVID, whether that be the flu, whether that be cancer, they're still required to fill out FMLA paperwork.
Okay.
So Sean, to directly answer your question, the employee will not experience anything different.
Okay. Well, then
Have we heard concerns from elected officials or department directors that employees are confused about the process?
I don't know that they're necessary. I think there was a little bit of confusion at the beginning. There were some concerns that maybe people felt like they were going to get penalized if they ended up getting COVID because it would also use their FMLA hours, but those hours protect their job. So I just think maybe we need to clarify what we've communicated to them, because initially we gave our department heads and directors pretty broad authority to just approve their leave. And now there's some secondary processes that have to happen that we did not communicate to them.
Right.
Christy, is that correct, basically?
Well, I would argue, like I said, it's been in the policy. So it's in the HR bulletin on emergency paid sick leave. It says that anybody who utilizes that still has to comply with FMLA. So whether that was directly communicated with the department heads, I don't know that, but there was never the understanding that FMLA went away. FMLA still applies if somebody has a serious health condition, regardless if that condition is related to COVID or not.
And go ahead, Sean. And then when we had quote unquote our pandemic leave, that was just for that period of time before the FMLA federal regulations kicked in, correct?
I think what you're thinking of, Deb, is the emergency family medical leave. We're not talking about emergency family medical leave today. Emergency family medical leave is just to care for a child whose daycare or school has been closed. What we're just talking about is traditional FMLA that kicks in whenever an employee may have a serious health condition, including COVID-19.
Okay, that helps clarify it for me.
Yes,
And
I'm sorry. I should have done that in the beginning.
So Deb, to answer your question is, on the paid pandemic leave, FMLA was still in play at those situations.
Okay.
So we offer the 2 weeks of pandemic leave with the possibility of the 2 more weeks for some employees because of when it started. And then there was the emergency FMLA, and this is regular old plain vanilla FMLA.
Yes, we're talking about regular plain vanilla FMLA that applies to serious health conditions. You have to remember when we talk about that emergency family medical leave, that is just to care for a child whose daycare or school has been closed.
Okay. So
Now,
go ahead, Doug.
well, to further maybe add to the confusion, because we've given directors a fair amount of latitude in trying to get these papers in so we can have salary continuation for our employees, we in HR may get limited information. And that information may lack specificity as to what the employee is filing under and what their conditions may be. And so we've had a few situations where we've said, okay, department, please tell us, what circumstance the employee is feeling or going through, and then we can determine if it's FMLA or not. Or we make an assumption that it is FMLA and we find information after the fact that they're symptomatic free, and then we say, oh, it's not FMLA. So it is working through them one by one, quite honestly.
Okay.
So just to follow up on what Doug said, that's your one exception really, that you're not going to have to fill out FMLA paperwork, is if I am quarantined for 14 days because I've traveled out of state for some reason, but I'm not symptomatic at all. I'm just sitting at home working for 14 days because I've traveled out of state. Obviously, I don't have a serious health condition, so I don't have to apply for FMLA. So I would just tell departments, if you want to get a message out to the departments, please, you can contact me anytime you have a question. I always coordinate with HR before I give a response, but we are getting daily questions from a lot of departments, will this doctor's note suffice? Does this employee have to apply for FMLA? So we're more than happy to work through those issues with each department. But again, sometimes there's some that aren't so black and white that we just need to talk through with the departments.
Okay.
Kevin, do you have specific questions that we haven't answered?
No, what I'm hearing on the payroll side is kind of a lot of confusion of when certain things apply, and it's just overall it's just confusing. But I think that's just the nature of this piece. Part of it relates to some people have referred to the emergency family and medical as emergency FMLA, and that's not a very good comparison. So that's part of it. And then part of it too is just kind of understanding that, if you're at home because your kids aren't in school or aren't in daycare, that really doesn't fall under plain vanilla FMLA.
But the clarification to that is it counts against the 12-week allocation for FMLA. Okay. So it does and it doesn't. And that's why, again, as Christy said, if departments have questions, to contact us directly. We're dealing with this, since the inception of FMLA decades ago. And we're dealing with this as we've all studied this law, and it is very, very confusing and cumbersome. And it's not the best piece of work to come out of DC, but it is what it is. And we've studied it along with all of the Q&As from the Department of Labor. So we think we can help people navigate it if they will talk to us and answer the questions we may have.
Kevin, is there something that we can do to be helpful to help get out ahead of it or better answer questions? Or
each pay period we get a little bit better with it. The headache kind of goes away. Unfortunately, we still have a few employees and maybe even departments that are waiting till the last second of a pay period to then do the paperwork, and that really puts me in a bind. It puts HR in a bind. It really doesn't do anybody any good. So doing the paperwork as soon as you know that you're going to need any of these particular COVID-19 related leaves would save a lot of headache everywhere.
Okay. Sean, do you have any other questions, or does the board have any other questions?
I don't. I'm
fine.
I'm fine.
Okay.
okay. Thank you all. We will jump down to mask usage for staff.
So mask usage and temperature taking are kind of going to go hand in hand. I did talk to Bob, and Bob confirmed with me that he purchased thermometers for ICS, and ICS confirmed that they will be able to give all county departments thermometers and masks.
Okay. So just to give the board a little bit of background on this, this kind of started as a conversation originally about like, what do we need to do as a county to not necessarily thinking that we are going to be opening up next week, but once we do have to open up, we wanted to start that conversation and start talking about what departments what changes will need to be made to open up safely and what that looks like. And there was a sort of a list of things that I think we're discussing that is an ongoing list, and things are still being added to it. But a couple of the things that came up was obviously mask usage and temperature taking in particular. I think the initial plan was that we wanted to try to issue a guidance out to all department heads about taking temperature of their staff, and then we were simultaneously going to be exploring a personnel policy change that would then, put some teeth into it. We wanted to get the guidance out as quickly as possible. The city is already doing this. The city already is taking temperature of staff and has been for about 10, 12 days now. And some departments longer. LPD has been doing it for like 6 weeks.
Is the city requiring masks?
I don't know that question.
I can help on
Please.
that. We're not necessarily, and I don't want to speak for the mayor's office, so please, understand that. I'm just relaying information from our cabinet yesterday. And we are going to be working from an organizational direction standpoint about highly recommending or strongly recommending masks and cloth masks when you're in a public or, more than a private office setting. So that was kind of our discussion at that point, but we're trying to avoid the mandate word and in that nature. But we're going to be working on some policy. It is what's being recommended out of the health department and CDC. Although personally, I think there's been a lot of confusion about that. But we've been asked as leaders to start leading that initiative and modeling that, and so that's what we're doing.
And I forwarded you some CDC guidelines that Jen Holloway sent over to us the other day to help guide you in how we make this decision.
But we do have certain departments that are temperature checking. Brad is correct?
Yes.
And is Terry?
I think so, but I guess I can't speak to that 100%. I know Brad is, and I know Scott is.
I believe Terry is.
What about Kim?
I don't believe that Kim is.
Shelley?
Probably.
Yes, Shelley is. Now the difference in with Shelley and Brad is they're having their third party, their medical staff, do the temp taking.
Okay.
So it's a little easier in that respect. And I've not heard of any issues or concerns from any of them and their employees.
So where would you like to go next? I mean, I think there's some privacy things that we wanted to talk about or work through. I think we've addressed the actual, the items that we would need to make this happen. We would probably need gloves according to the CDC guidance. But what steps would you like to take next?
I thought we were going to issue guidance on this to all of our department heads and then follow it up with a policy change in the personnel policy. Isn't that the process we're looking at here?
I think so.
So will each department have a designated person then that's responsible for taking the temperatures? I mean, I guess I'm pulling out of the air assessor's office because it's first on the list, beginning with A. So he'd have one person assigned, and when you come in to work that day, before you can quote unquote go to your desk, you have to stop by and have your temperature taken. And I mean, is that kind of, am I thinking it through?
That seems to be how it's working for the city, right?
The city is, I mean, they want it to happen as close as to when the person comes into the office, but it's not necessarily feasible to just make all the employees stand in a line, 6 feet apart at 8 a.m. for everyone to get their temp taken. So I think the city one, they're just kind of doing it as time allows and asking people to do it as close as possible to when they come in.
That's accurate. And I think, as we look at, if we ever get to a point of reopening, staggered start and stop times might be part of the whole, mode of operation to avoid choke points. So as Jen described, we're trying to do this as close as we can to the start of the day. But in my small office, I've got people who come in at varying times. And so they either check in or I know that I'm going to make a visit to their office at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, but I start from 7 o'clock and 7:15 and I don't finish temperatures in the total until about 9:30 probably, and then I've got some that come in later, but it's off and on. And as long as it's, not at the end of the shift, I think we're making the effort to get it done and taken care of. So.
And for departments that aren't centralized, like Pam, are we requiring it of every employee? I mean, if for her employees that are out in the field, what about a situation like that?
Well, again, I think those are some operational issues that they can discuss. It could be done at the district shop when they pick up their equipment. On the other hand, if these are individuals that never interact, I underscore never interact with other people. And it's kind of like, my wife who is sheltering at home doesn't necessarily take her temperature every morning, because she's not exposed to anyone and things such as that. But I think, as we've said before in some of our other meetings, there's a fair amount of common sense and practicality that has to accompany this. And it won't be absolutely consistent and perfect out of the chute.
I have a question for you. What is, when you start talking about the temperature taking and so forth, the thermometers, what type are they that we're talking about? Are they the personalized ones that people can take their own temperature with? Are they ones where you run it across? Oh, okay.
Touchless forehead scanners, I think.
Touchless forehead scanner. Okay, I just wanted to know what type it was.
Doug's zapping us.
Yeah, I could do Roma if she'd hold still. So.
Well, and it would actually be both. The way the city is doing it is you would first take their temperature with the non-contact, and then if it reads high, they'd have the person wait 10 minutes, move their hair out of their forehead, certain things that can impact that, and then recheck with an oral or an ear thermometer.
Okay, I just was wondering what type we're talking about here. Okay. How speedy are they? Pretty speedy, I would think.
Oh yeah. It's a matter of a second, and then it recharges or reboots within a matter of a second or two. So it doesn't take long at all.
It would seem as though we would be able to do staggered work times, and and if it doesn't take a long period of time, that would probably be one of the ways in which we can get people into work.
Sheriff Wagner had a comment, I think.
Well, I know, number one, we are not taking the temperature of all of our employees when they come to work, simply because some people don't come to our office. And so we have instituted a protocol at the beginning of our shifts. We do a shift briefing, if you would, and that we are telling employees take their own temperatures at home. If they haven't got a thermometer, we'll get them one, and we have. And then their supervisor is asking them if they're taking their temperature, and if it's above 100.4, and any of those other COVID-19 symptomatic questions. People who are coming to the sheriff's office, we do have the ability, and we have 3 touchless thermometers. We're taking their temperature at the sheriff's office during normal business hours. It gets a little more tricky under 24-hour operations when a person comes to work and there's nobody else here to do that. So we're working through that so that when we do get our workforce back into the building, We're going to be taking those temperatures every day and have several mechanisms to try to accomplish that.
Sean, do you think, when this all started, we asked for information from each department with regards to contingency planning? Do you think we're to the point now where we're going to ask for draft plans for each department regarding reopening, taking into consideration staggered start times, people still working from home,
that's fine.
6 feet,
Stretch my leg.
all
Yeah.
of that?
I think it might not be the worst idea to start having those conversations for asking departments for reopening plans. I want to stress, though, that I don't think we're reopening next week. This thing just keeps peaking and keeps going, and the rate of growth is going faster and faster. Lincoln is developing, at least based on rate of growth, not based on total cases, but based on rate of growth. Lincoln is being counted as a hotspot now. And so we just have to recognize that, I would be very skeptical of any plan that had us reopening next Monday. So with that said, though, I don't think having departments start to talk it through and, walk through the, kind of flow chart it for themselves, I think is probably a pretty smart idea.
Yeah, I think now is the time for planning.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that this would be a good idea to move forward with.
So we'll ask department heads to start drafting up a reopening plan for their individual departments, start thinking about what issues they're going to face. Do they need plexiglass? Do they need PPE? Do they need, how are they going to distance people? Those kinds of things. Regarding the specific action for mask usage and temperature taking, are we all satisfied in issuing guidance to department heads and following it up with a personnel policy change after that? That is where the first discussion landed. Are we still on board with that plan?
And personnel policy, what will they be asked to change? Which policy are they, what exactly are we requesting of them?
So we already have a communicable disease policy, so we thought it would be good to add the temperature taking into the policy we already have. So we would be getting that updated and then go through the personnel policy process that we normally do.
Would you also ask or include something around masks? Should they at some point be mandatory or strongly suggested?
Yeah, if you guys are wanting them to be mandatory and then enforce that for employees, then it would have to, yes, be added into a policy. And I'm pretty sure we discussed adding it into that same policy, but I'd have to double check.
Okay, and I have a question about the enforcement. If you're saying that we need to enforce it, what steps will we take to enforce it?
Yeah.
So first, it would have to go through the policy. That's what gives it the teeth. That's how you'd use it to discipline. So until it goes through that, it wouldn't be able to be enforceable.
I guess I'm just wondering, so in terms of enforcement, they're asked to go home, they lose a day of pay, what?
Well, I think these are the issues that we may not be able to totally flesh out, board, in terms of what that looks like, because we've got established disciplinary processes in place. While I'm not saying the county has to follow the city and by any means, we've kind of sidestepped that whole enforcement issue on the city side because again, I think there's a lot of variations and we changed the working conditions drastically that it should be negotiated. I think there's all sorts of issues that enforcement side starts to look at that I don't know that we're necessarily prepared to answer today for you. And that's why it's a strongly recommended, and it's done through hopefully leadership modeling, what the practices are.
That's what I would really suggest. I think that to make it mandatory is really, really strong. We could say very strongly suggested.
Yeah. The mandatory creates a lot of a lot of new issues using the language Doug suggested. Still encourages it, still will likely create mass, but it leaves some options available to the department heads.
So then am I hearing that you want to just do a guidance and not do a personnel policy change? Or what am I?
I think just,
I'm just
I
trying to land on
myself
an
would
action
prefer
step.
would guidance, strong guidance.
Okay.
But that's different than the temperatures, which is going to be mandatory, right?
Well, the problem is if someone refuses to have their temperature taken, you have no enforcement ability. Or refuses to wear a mask.
I mean, what would we do if a county engineer employee refused to wear a visibility vest, or or a sheriff's deputy refused to take some mandatory safety precaution? We have other mandatory safety precautions in place, and if someone wasn't following those, we would have a normal disciplinary process to walk down. It seems to me like we can put this in it just like Doug was saying. It seems to me like we can put this in the personnel policy, and then when we have, yes, we will strongly encourage people to do it, but we can address the enforcement issue once we actually are in that situation, once we have someone and we can start.
I would say the difference between the examples you're citing, Sean, and the mask here and the temperature, those examples are job specific. The sheriff's department has specific requirements that their employees need to abide by, as do the engineering department. This policy, once we start making a one size fits all, I just think we're going to create a lot of problems. That's my concern.
We require every employee to wear a shirt at work. I mean, really, I don't see the difference. Commissioner Yoakum, and then I don't know other people.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if it's worded that employees who encounter the public or other employees would fall under this, then that could allow for that person who's maybe isolated out in the field and never comes into contact with another human to be exempted.
I'm just, thinking through scenarios. Okay, so I'm an employee and I'm, taking care of my aging mother who lives at home with me and is, in an at-risk category. And so I have to come back to work now and I'm going to wear my mask, but my coworker sitting, the desk next to me is not. And
Well, but that exposure would be the same no matter what, because the mask does not necessarily protect you from anyone else. It's only your own germs. But you couple that with the temperature taking and the other questions, the screening questions at the beginning of the shift. Okay. And it's just an added precaution. I guess, my preference and advice to you is not to get too deep in the what ifs and the disciplinary actions. Let us work through these things. In many situations, from an HR perspective, it is really trying to sit down with the employee and understanding the question behind the question. Why is it you don't want X done? And let's talk about it. And how can we, I already had the conversation this morning with one of my, good staff about why they don't want to wear a mask, and we've had honest conversations, and we'll probably get to compliance, but people don't like to be told what to do. That's just the way we're wired. But let's explain and let's understand and see what ways we can come to a workable compromise. And sooner or later, we'll get there. But let's not worry too much about the what ifs about how we're going to discipline. That's my advice to you.
Yeah, Doug, I agree with you. I think that that's the way to go. When you start making it mandatory and everything like this, so do you write a person up? What is it that you do? I think that things will work out and people realize that we're doing this for their safety.
Okay. I'm in total agreement. We should not get bogged down in the what ifs of the enforcement right now. But are we saying we just want to do a guidance, or are we saying we want to do a personnel policy change? Like, because there is a distinction there that matters, and we have to make that choice.
Is that something that we can leave each of the department heads to decide, depending upon they understand where the people are working?
No, we can't.
No.
Fundamentally, personnel policy is across the board for everybody. I also, I mean, if we're in the same building as all the city employees, the city's doing this already. If we're in the same building as all the city employees that are doing this, like, there's no point in there's no point in 400 staff doing it if 300 staff aren't going to do it in the same building, right? I mean, and it's not those numbers, but you get what I'm saying.
Let us work on the communicable disease policy and work through that. I think we can, word that in a frame, in a sense that gives us what we need. And it'll be in the policy, but it won't be a mandate on masks, and we'll work through the language and see how it goes. And if we need to do something different, we'll reverse field and do something different. But, let us first try to work through the existing framework and policies that we have, if that's all right.
Okay.
I support that solution.
Okay, good.
But could we still get out a request to elected officials and department directors, maybe even yet tomorrow, asking for just a draft plan on how they envision reopening their department, whether it's staggered times, referencing the fact that we are going to be doing temperature taking and recommending masks, and what I guess I'd kind of like to see what they're all thinking. And I know we had a really great discussion when we went through department way back in March when this started, but that's not really feasible in this format. So I guess it would be more of a written, and again, not something long, but just their thoughts on paper or email, so we can kind of get a handle on what it's going to look like.
Sure.
Yeah, Deb, I think that's a good idea.
So I'm sorry to interject. I just have a question. So from our meeting on Monday, what I took away was that you guys wanted to, well, Sean and Rick, and then bringing it here for the entire board, was that you guys wanted to go ahead and start with guidance, although it wasn't necessarily mandatory for temp taking, while we worked on the policy on the back end to get it mandatory and go through that process. Is that not what you guys are wanting to do anymore? It sounds like you guys are just wanting to do just the policy aspect of it.
Right. I think that's what Doug's proposing at this time.
I thought there was no policy. I thought we weren't doing anything with personnel policy.
And that's and I thought exactly the opposite. So we're nowhere again on this. Let's just make a motion so we can make it clear.
Well,
I think we should pursue guidance and let Doug start working on the language for policy.
Yes.
That's what I think.
I agree. And I think if we establish the guidance now, that'll help inform what we got right or wrong in the policy, right? Or what we should look for.
Doug, does that match your understanding?
I want to be very, very flexible and do whatever the board wants done. If you want to get it out immediately and get some element of compliance, then going with a guidance probably is your most expedient manner. And then we'll follow up with a policy that puts a little more meat and teeth to it, or, what have you, again, knowing that the policy will take a little bit of time to draft and a little bit of energy with personnel policy board, et cetera. So I'm fine with that if that's the most expedient manner to get people doing the right thing.
Then the policy isn't a surprise either, right? We've already been kind of doing this. It's become our practice.
Every day is a surprise.
We don't have the thermometers yet in hand. So keep that in mind, or the masks yet.
Right. So this, like Ann said, we can't issue the guidance for them to start doing it without the ability to do it.
Okay, when are we going to get those?
I don't know the answer to that yet. They've been ordered.
Okay. Can we write up some guidance that then is there once we get them? Just in the draft?
Yeah. Yeah, if we're reaching out regarding their reopening plans, we could mention that this policy, we're working on this, and it'll be in place once the equipment arrives and is distributed.
Okay. Roma, are you with us?
Yeah, I am.
Having some connectivity issues.
Yeah, my computer died.
Got it.
Okay, I'm back on.
We're
Sounds-
all running low on battery, literally.
I had to get up. So I've got two computers in front of me. I had to get up and plug both cords in and move a few things around. So,
Yeah. So I'm on my phone right now.
Okay. County attorney staff, HR, Doug, do you guys all feel like you have adequate direction at this point?
I think so. We'll find out when we're told we're wrong.
Right. I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
Okay, but I'm okay with that too.
Right. Okay. Sheriff Wagner, did you want to talk at all about the FLIR machine? We got to get a better name for it.
I sure can if you'd like.
It's part of the temperature taking thing, I thought. So.
Yep. We have talked about this a little bit. The FLIR Corporation, it's a trademark name. FLIR, that's forward looking infrared, is what FLIR stands for, and they have made temperature sensitive cameras for years for like train wheels to monitor if a bearing is going out and the wheels overheating or machinery getting hot, those kinds of things. We use them for locating suspects in fields for temperature difference. Anyway, they have improved the technology to where they have a camera that can monitor people's temperature in a very short period of time. If it goes over 100.4 or whatever it's set at, then we would take those people's temperature with a secondary handheld thermometer. But we're proposing to put this at the front door of the Justice and Law Enforcement Center. Initially, we were hoping the Public Building Commission would pay for that. I don't know if the PBC or if you all are going to be wanting some of this, something of this nature for the county city building once it reopens, but we have a quote of about $14,000 for this piece of equipment. We're going to bring it to the board next Tuesday. Our initial funding source was PBC. If that's not possible, we're going to ask Sarah, and she's already aware of it, to seek a reimbursement for that from the Crime Commission or from the Bureau of Justice Assistance grants. And our third fallback is that we would use forfeited assets to pay for this piece of equipment. So that's sort of the plan right now. I know we talked to Deb, to answer your question earlier, we talked to Brad Johnson about it. They're in such close proximity where they're taking their temperatures via a handheld thermometer, a touchless thermometer, and so the camera really wouldn't do them wouldn't be an advantage for them. So we have checked with others who might use this technology. So that's kind of where we're at, if that spurs any questions.
Have you asked Karen Peterson about the fact, do we have the money budgeted within the PBC?
I obviously with the money has not been budgeted, Roma, but
or even if there's money available.
I don't know that there is, but I'm not positive. I know Jerry Whitty has been in contact with her about this, and so once we get approval to make the order, we'll figure out the funding source. Maybe that's not the right way to go about that, but the Public Building Commission's next meeting isn't until what, the 19th? So we really wanted to get this ordered because it's probably going to be a 6-week delivery time to get it to us. So the sooner the better.
Realistically, I don't know, is that I think PBC is the vehicle for this.
I don't think so.
But I would have I'll be supportive of it if you wanted to purchase it with forfeiture money and then pursue FEMA reimbursement. I mean, you'd have my total support on that.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Okay.
I agree.
So,
Yeah, I think I'm in support of that.
okay.
But in 6 weeks, okay, what's going to be happening in 6 weeks? I guess I'm just wondering how long this is going to last. If it takes 6 weeks to get it. And Sarah is also looking at possibly putting this into the grant. Are there any military organizations that might be able to have some of this?
I don't know. I know that some airports are beginning to install this technology in front of their security checkpoints,
Mhm.
just like we would, but I don't know. I know we have gotten surplus night vision equipment before from the military, but it's not quite to the same level for taking body temperatures as.
Oh,
this is.
yeah, no, yeah.
So,
Okay.
so Terry, it's my understanding this is going to be before us on Tuesday, right?
Correct.
Okay, sounds good. So, well,
okay.
Was
Thank
there anybody have any other questions for Sheriff Wagner on this? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last item, Crisis Center reimbursement under CARES Act.
Move approval.
Ha.
That'll
We
be
have a
on
motion. Do we have a
That'll
second?
be on Tuesday. Did we just lose Jen? No, Jen's still there.
No,
Yeah,
we
I
just-
sent
we
an
just
invite
lost.
to Scott Etherton. I don't know if he's joined or not. Or Jamie did.
Yeah, this is Scott's item for him to talk about it with you.
And it'll be on Tuesday?
It'll be on Tuesday, yeah.
I say we discuss it with Scott on Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else have anything else regarding COVID-19 update and response? Hearing none, I think we can move on to adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
Did we already do the action item?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Second.
We have a motion and a second for adjournment. Is there any discussion? Please call the roll.
Krista,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Roma,
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
5-0 motion carries.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you much. I'll
Thank
be,
you.
Thank you all.
Leslie, Monet's in today, right?
Yes,
Yes,
she
he
should.
is.
Okay. I'll be by this afternoon. I'm gonna make some lunch here and answer a couple of emails, but then